Okay. Good evening. I'm Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board workshop is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this workshop has been posted online for at least 72 hours. A recording of this workshop is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time is now 6:01 p.m. and I'll call this workshop to order. Notice of this workshop. Mr. Trevino, can you mute your microphone?
72 hours. It's on the phone.
Oh, it's on the phone.
This workshop is being made and will be available to the public.
So is it going to keep going as we talk?
Can you get slower? Get slower.
The time is now 6:01 p.m. and I'll call this workshop to order.
Just mute it.
Okay.
When we see him talking, we'll unmute it.
And wave his hand.
Yeah, if you need to talk, Mr. Trevino, just like raise your hand and so that we know to unmute your microphone. Okay, a quorum is not required for a board workshop. I'll now take roll call. Trustee Rodriguez?
Present.
Trustee Cuellar?
Present.
Trustee Castillo?
Present.
Trustee Trevino? Is present. Trustee Nieto? Trustee De Los Santos?
Present.
All right, we'll move on to item number 2, public comments.
There are none.
We have no public comments. We'll move on to item number 3, interview architectural firms to assign Phase 1 bond projects.
Yes, I've given you your worksheet, and on the bottom, there's 10 notes for information. The first one is the Board of Trustees approved the competitive sealed proposals, the 10 categories, and 4 categories requiring architects. So for the 4 categories requiring architects, we have 8 who will be presenting tonight. Number 2, the interview format is, the presentation is 5 minutes for each architect, followed by 5 minutes for questions. Number 3, the ranking is to use 1 through 8, with 1 being the highest ranked firm and 8 being the lowest. Number 4, 2 firms are recommended for the roofing since Rico and Kleckler held are similar schools and allow for opportunity to multiply firms. Number 5, the gray areas you have indicate that the firm is not interested in interviewing for that category. Number 6, Robert Kirshner and Amtech Solutions specialize in roofing and the building envelope. Number 7, the Warren Group Architects are currently working on the grant-funded vestibules for Weslaco ISD, and the firm was added to the list. Number 8, the standard fee range for architects are from 6% to 15% depending on the size of the project. Number 9, additional fees might be incurred should a firm not specialize in roofing building envelope requiring the hiring of a consultant. So this one you can ask the 8 firms as they present. And these projects that you see here from the bond election are about $12.5 million. So again, these are the notes. These are the architects. To the left, you can see that for the building and roofing envelope, we'll need 1 architect for Kleckler, Held, and Rico, 1 architect for B. Garza and Weslaco High, 1 architect for Margo and B. Garza for the restrooms, and then 1 architect for the vestibules at Weslaco East and B. Garza. So, are there any questions from the board for me or for staff before we start the interviews?
Do we have any questions, Dr. Rodriguez?
No, that's right up.
Coach Cuellar?
No.
Mr. Castillo?
Just a clarification, Doctor, for what projects are we interviewing for?
The 4, roofing and building, the restrooms, and the vestibules.
At all campuses or just which?
Just the ones that are listed. Because the board,
It's Kleckler, Held Elementary, Rico Elementary, B. Garza
Yes.
Middle School, Weslaco High School, Sepulveda Gym. That's for roofing and building envelope.
yes.
And then the restroom improvements, Margo Elementary, B. Garza, and then vestibules, Weslaco East and B. Garza?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
In December, you gave permission for us to go ahead and do these projects first.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Trevino, any questions?
Mr. Trevino, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Mr. De Los Santos, any questions?
Yes. For the roofing needs that we have here in the district, I know we're starting off with 4. Out of all the needs that we have within the district, what is the timeline to then bring those projects forward? And the only reason I'm asking is usually like in the construction process, usually volume is always your leverage, right? For any customer, whether it's a district or it's personal, an individual in the community. When you have a volume projects, usually you may see better pricing, rates, etc. So out of the total number of needs that we have involving roofing, what is the timeline there to bring those forward?
Probably in 2 months, we'll bring the rest.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And that involves HVAC as well?
Yes.
Our HVAC needs?
Yes. We'll have a phase 2 after phase 1.
Okay.
Okay, answer your question?
Yes.
My question is, I see everybody has their own rows. Are we going to be ranking on each row, 1 through 8, and then 1 through 6, or 1 through 5 for the grays? Okay, so each one's going to have their own ranking by row. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Those are all the questions the board has, Doctor, so can we go ahead and start
let's
calling
start.
them in?
Let's start with number 1. Alphabetical order. Are the 8 out there right now? Yes. 8 firms? Okay. And again, 5 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for questions.
Quick questions, Doc. Are we interviewing for all of them or just the specific projects right now? Or was just general?
It's each project.
Like if Alvarado comes in, they're eligible.
So they're interviewing for all of these,
Right.
roofing, building, restaurant, all that?
Amtech
Yes.
only these two.
And it's a great add because they don't specialize in that area.
So 2 architects for the roofing.
I've always been over there, not up here, so I'm sorry.
I think we've rarely done it like this. Rankings always, admin does it for us. Good evening. Sorry to go while we're having some technical difficulties with one of our computers.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, once again. Before you begin, I'll just explain, we're going to give you 5 minutes to present. After the 5 minutes, we're going to have 5 questions between the board to ask you,
So 5 minutes.
or 5 minutes. 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for questions. Dr. Rodriguez over on the end is going to be our timekeeper, so he'll let you know when about 4 minutes when you have 1 more minute. So if you'd like to begin, you can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Rivera. My name is Eli Alvarado. I'm the Vice President of Alvarado Architects and Associates. With me today, I have my father, Erasmo Alvarado, President of Alvarado Architects and Associates. Who is Alvarado Architects? We were established in 1991, so dedicated to K-12 facilities. We have over 30 years of experience. We feel that our work ethic and our client service is what separates us from our competition. We are Hub MBE certified small business. We are your Mid-Valley Architects. We're in Donna, so we're 5 minutes away from any one of your projects. And we have been working here for the district for the past 30 years. This is our organizational chart. I will be in charge of the day-to-day operations and any people, administration from Weslaco Independent School District. Our approach, first and foremost, we want to establish what the project is. We make sure that we have all the scope of work identified. Make sure we come up with a program and schedules, and that way we have something to start off with and we know when we're going to finish. We host our meetings every 2 weeks with contractors. We are there full-time during construction, and then we're available to present to the board as necessary. Been working with the district for so many years, we understand the low maintenance, so we want to make sure that we're within our budgets. And I'm happy to say that we've never been over on any one of our projects as far as budget goes. And so we understand what the district's needs are, and we want to make sure that we use those kind of materials, balancing the budget with the materials and making sure that we finish on time. We look at sustainability and as also technology and security upgrades. Our quality assurance is we do our reports on a weekly basis. You'll get a Friday report every Friday, so you have an update. And then during the process of design, we're meeting at 25, 50, 75, and 100% review before we go out to bid. Relevant experience for our roofing projects. These are the last 3 that we finished. Kermit High School roof replacement, Weslaco High School, we've done work here, and Taft High School, we've done roof replacements. At the very bottom, you're going to see that we've also used consultants. I know some of these might be interviewing with you today or tomorrow. Amtech Solutions, BD Hatchman, Millennium, Robert Kistner, and Terracon. I know they have also their own consultants on board, but with us also, you have the architects as well as the consultants on board, so we feel that that'll benefit you. Restroom improvements, we finished the Central Middle School additions and renovations. We have Ingram Middle School renovations and welding shops at Ingram Independent School Districts as well, and these are ongoing for the Ingram Independent School District. Vestibule projects, I wanted to spend a little bit more time on this slide. This is one that we feel is important right now with the state. The state has issued mandates as far as safety and security. So what we want to establish is access control, make sure that we secure all entrances, all perimeter entrances. We want to make sure that if needed, we can add some bullet-resistant glass. If that gets too expensive, there's also different window films that you can place on the windows that act as bullet-resistant glass. Install security cameras, both indoor and outdoor, using maglocks. Intercom system, so before you even come to the system, there's an intercom with a camera, and then you're led into the school, and now you're in a secured area with a vestibule. Once you're in the vestibule, then you can get buzzed into the administration, but you have that person or those people secluded in a small area so they don't have free reign directly into any of the schools. We do install fencing. I know that you're required to install a fence that's over 7 feet that's scalable, or 6 feet that's non-scalable. So we're familiar, we're working with different school districts throughout the state that we're handling several of their complete bond, total bond projects, and these are some of the most important things that they're doing right now. Knox boxes, we're going to visit with local PD, all your first responders, make sure that we have access to that, and just make sure that we're coordinated so they have not only where the keys are located, but they also have the floor plans so they can identify the areas in the school. So we share that with them.
You got 30 seconds, Mr. Brother.
Okay. Building envelope, again, mold remediation, high school cafeteria expansions, and building envelope, as well as Monte Alto library renovations. Again, we did that with the same consultants. And with that, I will open it up to any questions. Say thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll have 5 minutes for questions, and we'll go ahead and start on Mr. De Los Santos. Mr. De Los Santos, any questions?
Yes. Can you describe more I'm really interested in your construction document phase, when you're working with like the project team, when you guys put together a project team as far as administration and whatnot, and you start looking at like the intent, the direction of the project and what the needs are. I just would like to know more of that, because I know that sometimes that's the phase where maybe there's things that are possibly left out that then later on become change orders and then cause an increase in price, right? And so I'd like to know more about what you do to make sure that when we're going into a certain project or so whatever project it may be at any different level, when you meet with administration, what is it you discuss? How do you review? If you can share.
Sure, of course. So the first thing we do is we'll identify the point of contact, which I will be involved. That would be me, and I'm going to be there from signing of the contract. I'm the one that works on the contract through closeout, through the end when we're turning over the keys. Once the contract has been agreed upon, then the first thing we want to do is identify what the project is, identify the scope. What are the goals that the district has set aside that we need to meet? Create a checklist during the schematic design phase, make sure it's implemented there. Then go over to the design development phase, that it's in there. And once we move into the construction documents, once we bring our engineers on board, make sure that we go over that with them. We will hold meetings with the owner, with Weslaco ISD,
Right.
at 25%, 50%, 75%, and a 95% review with you, with Mr. Americo, and making sure that we've identified, make sure we're not leaving anything out. We're trying to avoid
Right.
as much as possible. We do encourage a contingency. Typically, that's about 5% of the overall cost. And although we try to be perfect as much as we can,
Right.
there's really, construction happens and we don't know, and there's maybe some unforeseen items.
Right.
So we put a small contingency at about 5% to cover some of that. We know if it does, then it's coming out And then from that point, we go over the checklist with everybody and during the review sets to make sure that we've got it covered. So
Quite a
that's
bit.
how we identify those
Okay,
items.
thank you.
Thank you. We'll go down the line. Mr. Nieto's not here, so Mr. Trevino, any questions?
Mr. Trevino, do you have any questions?
I do, but can you come back to me, because I accidentally got
Okay, we only have 5 minutes, so if not, we'll save it for the, Mr. Castillo, any questions?
Yeah, a couple, but I'll try to be quick. Yes or no, I guess. Have you ever been involved in litigation regarding the construction project?
That we have to defend ourselves or with a school district? Because we've done it for, not that we're under litigation, but a school district contacted us that they were under litigation. And so we went in and we worked with the insurance people. We worked with the group that they set aside. And then we made sure that we document everything, submit everything to
So you
them.
guys never been brought in as a part of a construction defect case?
No, sir.
Oh, awesome. And then, I guess my next question is have there been any projects that you've worked on in the past that had major issues with respect to change orders and kind of things like that?
No, sir, we try to limit change orders. Typically, if there's a change order, we say it's at the end of the project, a deductive change order to give money back to the district. But no, we've been very successful in not having any change orders, unless it's something that comes up and it's wasn't included.
Yeah, unless it's at our request.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, any questions?
In respect to the existing structures that we have, when you go in and look at the project for that particular building, are you going to identify any infrastructure problems prior to trying to fix what you're looking at so that we know what we're going to deal with and not come back later and say, by the way, it's going to cost you more because of this, or is this all going to be put on the table right off the bat?
Yes, sir. We want to identify that at the beginning. We want to bring in, once we identify what the building is, we're going to bring in our engineers to look at plumbing, electrical infrastructure, anything that you may need, electrical technology, to make sure that that's something that has been identified. And if it needs to be done, then yes, we should identify it there at that point and at least uncover what's there so we can see what's there before we come back and say, well, that wasn't included. We never want to come back to you and say, by the way, we need more money. We should be able to identify all that at the beginning. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also identify anything dealing with mold or any other substance that may damage or has damaged the building. So what we do is we try to identify that and call special consultants to help us and assist us in that matter too. So it's a one-way street as we work with consultants also on.
Very good.
Thank you.
Do we have time?
Time's up, but quick question.
Go ahead.
In regards to consultants, right, with these projects from phase one, you foresee yourself utilizing consultants? Do you know that as of this point right now?
Yes, sir. So what we say is we're used to using any consultants. If the district has preferred consultants, we use them. But at the same time, we've worked with just about every one of them here locally in the valley. And so we don't have a problem working with any consultant. But yes, they will be part of our services.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think all questions have been answered, so thank you very much, Mr. Alvarado and Mr. Alvarado, for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
This will help me remember.
It wasn't saved under it. Okay. Thank you.
Good question.
The next presenter will be Amtech Solutions.
Okay.
This is why I said over here, this one, the only ones that specialize completely on the roofs. So where was that? Is Rob? Yeah, okay. The other one's hired consultant.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This is the same as the presentation, right? What's on? It's on the presentation. As he passes those out, I'll just explain. We're going to give you 5 minutes to present. Dr. Rodriguez over on the corner will let you know at the 4-minute mark when you have 1 more minute left. After 5 minutes of presenting, we have 5 minutes of questions. And do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. So we can go ahead and begin. Dr. Rodriguez, go ahead.
Whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Andre De Matos. I'm with Amtech Solutions. We are an architectural and engineering firm that specializes in building envelope consulting for 42 years. And I want to emphasize that we do have architects and engineers on staff, which I believe it's a distinction compared to our competition. I just want to make sure that you remember that tonight. A quick overview, introduction of our team members. Obviously, these are just a third of the total employees that we have, which is about 30 and growing right now. Here we have our CEO, president, vice president, and so on. I want to let you know that I'm here locally. I live in McAllen, so any issues, any problems that may arise at a construction site, I'm a phone call away. I'm not sure if my competitors, will have the same ability, but I'm here locally, and I'll be personally in charge of your projects here in the Valley. A little bit about us. Like I said, we've been established since 1982 with 22 offices nationwide, 30 employees and growing, including our office here in the Valley. We have done work with not only public but also private sector, including cities, school counties, and school districts, higher education, and so on. Here's just a list of services that we can provide under building envelope. I won't go through all these items. Some of which you may be familiar already, bidding services, quality control, construction administration, and some of it that are more specific to what we do, including infrared, thermographic photos, ASCM water testing, and etc. So obviously this will depend. It's on a project-to-project basis. And it will vary per project. Here, even though it may look very basic, and I'm sure you have seen this before from other consultants, steps 1, 2, and 3, I want to emphasize that very particular to us, step 1, meaning that we do really take our time on step 1, planning and assessing existing buildings. We get on the roofs and we measure every single element on the roof, pipes and mechanical units, and testing is needed, and we collect all that data and move on to phase 2. Everything will fall in place, right? We have all that information at hand, and to put together a solid, concise set of drawings, a set of documents that will result in less change orders, less RFIs, right, and hopefully a project that comes in under budget and ahead of schedule. Here's just a list, again, a breakdown of each phasing. If you have any questions, you can ask. Past performances, obviously we have hundreds of projects that we could include in this presentation. Obviously we want to bring you projects that relate to you, projects here in the Valley. So most of them you're going to see here is with Brownsville ISD. You're going to see this very complex re-roof for Roma ISD, metal roof for Roma ISD, and some other miscellaneous building envelope repairs.
You have 1 minute, sir.
Investigation. 1 minute, sure. Again, Brownsville ISD, DeMar College, building envelope project. In closing, like I mentioned in the beginning, we are staffed with qualified professionals that have, professional architects, engineers, consultants. We've been doing this for a long time. This is our bread and butter, okay? We have the not only the knowledge, but the tools to perform all those services that I have mentioned in the beginning. And we have a proven track record of projects here in the Valley. Not only Amtech, but myself personally, projects that I have worked on prior to joining Amtech with another employer, including Mission High School, McAllen Performing Arts, and several other projects, IDEA schools, me personally.
Time's up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will begin the 5 minutes of questions, and I'm going to begin with Mr. Trevino today, right now, because he didn't have a chance last time. Mr. Trevino, are you there?
Mr. Trevino, do you have any questions?
Yes.
We can go ahead. Begin the time.
Can you hear me? 'Cause
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. We'll begin the 5 minutes of questions, and I'm going to begin with Mr. Trevino.
Mr. Trevino?
Mr. Trevino, can you hear us?
Can you hear me there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You can begin
Yes.
with your questions.
Okay, my question, one of my questions, I know here on the previous one, you guys asked some great questions, so really my question was on change orders. In the past 3 jobs that you've done, or past 3 projects that you've had, what's the percentage of change orders that you've had to deal with?
Which project specific, or in general? The past 3 projects?
Your most recent 3 that you're currently in, trying to finish up, or that you've completed?
Yes, I have been with MTech since September of last year, so I personally don't have a long track of projects that I can answer your question with precision. But that will vary, from project to project. But going back to what I mentioned in the beginning, as far as our approach in the beginning of each project, that will really we have a tracking, a proven record of that method, spending time in the beginning up front, and resulting in general of less change orders and less RFIs, projects in budget, under budget. As you can see in the slides, and projects ahead of schedule. But unfortunately, I cannot give you a precise number of change orders at this point.
Okay, my second question would be, we've had issues in the past with construction projects, as far as how involved are you when it comes to a construction project? How involved are you from the beginning to the end to ensure that we don't have any ongoing problems?
Yes, sir. How do we assure that? I'm sorry.
How do you assure that? And I guess, there's no secret. I guess we have a building there in Vandal that was constructed about 4 or 5 years ago, or however many years ago. Mm-hmm. And from the beginning, we've had leaking issues from the roof. Right. How involved would you guys be, or what responsibility would you guys have in order to keep that from happening? Okay. Yes.
So if it's an existing building, we have a different approach than if it's a new construction, right? If it's an existing building, we'll go in, we do our visual assessment. Last resort, we will do a destructive investigation, but we have several tools and that we can use to identify where the leak, where the problem may come from, whether it's a infrared thermal images, or if it's an electronic leak detection. uplift testing. So we do all these testings depending on what the issue is, right? That you present to us beforehand. Looking at as-built, and like I mentioned before as well, we spend a lot of time on the roof, right, recording existing conditions, and to make sure that everything is there. There's no unforeseen conditions, right, and that by the time we're ready to develop those plans, those documents, they are as complete, as concise as they can be.
Okay, sir, thank you.
I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir, he did.
We still have about a minute and a half.
Okay, we have a minute and a half. Mr. De Los Santos, questions?
Yes, I think you kind of, that was my question. I think you kind of already answered that, because I read your statement of qualifications, and it is impressive. And I like the fact that you touched on it, that you're data-driven, so you do a lot of analysis and whatnot. So that's where I was going to go. I was going to ask you, how do we know that when we're just not going in, removing and replacing?
Right.
Because when you remove, then you start to find those unforeseen conditions, structural damage, things like that, mold, etc. So that's what I was going to allow you to kind of present a little bit more as to what tests do you do? So other than the roof, what's below it, we already have a real good idea and a list of what we can expect. So that way the total cost is what the actual cost is, what the total cost will be.
Exactly. And that's the advantage of having architects and having engineers on staff, roof consultants, and so we believe that matrix, that combination of different backgrounds and experiences that really make us so proficient in what we do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. D'Amatos, the difference between your company and other companies that other people hire consultants, which is not in their fee, yet you, however, already employ them, so it wouldn't be an additional fee if we would go with you?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions before?
Real quick, has your company ever been involved in litigation for any kind of construction defect claim?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay, and then it's for you personally, because I know you've only been with Amtech for a little bit, but you stated you've been involved in projects
Yes, sir.
for a long time.
I have never been in any litigation.
Okay, but my second question was, have you ever been personally involved in a project that because of some unforeseen issue, there had to be a huge change order or a delay in the construction?
Unforeseen conditions, yes.
But unforeseen because y'all didn't catch it?
No, unforeseen because of the nature of the project, right? But huge change orders, no.
Okay.
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Time is up. Thank you very much, Mr. D'Amatos, for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you for your presentation. It was very informative.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
Stay warm.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know this is
Alvarado Architects.
And he's going to get on and do everybody else's. 22 locations nationwide. 13. That's 2 per. 2 per office. I'll begin review this time. I'll just
Who's it? This
I
is
believe it's
Bureau.
Bureau. Good evening. Before we begin, as we're getting the booklets, I just want to explain, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you.
After the 5, Dr. Rodriguez over on the corner will let you know when you're at the 4-minute mark.
Thank you.
After your presentation, we have 5 minutes for questions.
Okay.
We'll let you know right when to begin right now. Are you ready?
I'm never going to be.
All right. Okay, Dr. Rodriguez, you can go ahead and begin. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Octavio Cantum here representing Alvarado Architects. We're a McAllen-based firm, but we do work throughout the state. We've got offices in Austin, Brownsville, El Paso, Houston, and San Antonio. Like I mentioned, we're headquartered out of McAllen, and we've got 24 professionals in the office. We've done work all over the state, as far east as El Paso, as far west as Houston, as far north as Dallas-Fort Worth. Our team, in the office, we have 3 licensed architects, 2 licensed structural engineers, and 2 2 licensed interior designers, and 6 project managers. As part of that team with me here, we have Juan Cantu. He's our QA/QC manager, and Manuel Zamora. He's our production manager in charge of the production of the construction documents. You can see some of the other individuals there, also part of the team within our office that would be on the Weslaco projects. ERO has put together 10 million square feet worth of projects in our history. This here's the atrium of the early childhood portion of the elementary school in El Paso. 285 K through 12 projects. In front of you there you have Ebert L. Fur High School, we did for Houston Independent School District. We've been involved with 55 planning projects. We've completed 107 elementary schools, 96 high school projects, that's the interior of the Seguin High School, 37 middle school projects, 20 CTE additions, and 14 Performing Arts Center. This is the Performing Arts Center at Central Middle School. Our number one focus is saving Weslaco ISD money on their projects, and an example of that is the last re-roofs we did for Weslaco. They originally had a combined budget of $6 million to cover 7 campuses. The GC contracted for $5.2 million. At closeout, it was $4.8 million. That resulted in 19% savings to the district, so roughly $1.1 million going back to the district at the end of the project. Manny was closely associated with those projects. He's the one that put together those drawings and involved during CA. Other school districts that we've done roof projects for involve Donna ISD, Harlingen ISD, McAllen ISD, and Mission ISD. Those range anywhere from $2.6 million to $10.6 million. And our team continually monitors the budget against our estimates. We use local and regional construction cost indexes and RSMEs to create our estimates and probable cost of construction to make sure that we're staying on budget. History with Weslaco ISD, we help facilitate master planning for the long-range facilities master plan, and the education specifications. In doing so, our assessment team physically assessed all of your facilities. We visited all 32 sites, so we're familiar with your facilities and their condition. Why ERO? We have experience with Weslaco ISD, we've done so for the last 16 years. We're experienced designing modern learning environments, have a solid track record with programming, cost estimating, and meeting budgets and schedules. We're on call with 30 school districts, and we're your eyes and ears in the field, making sure that we expedite the observation process, manage cost, control, and schedule. So, 4 minutes? 3.5, right?
Awesome, thank you. We'll go ahead and begin with questions. Mr. Castillo, would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you. Sir, has your firm ever been involved in any type of litigation case with respect to any kind of claim for construction defect?
For construction defects, we've had some school district, I'm trying to remember, was it water? There were some site drainage issues pertaining to the civil. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what was y'all's role in that?
Well, we had the building, civil, and it was the grading around the building, and civil, I don't know if it was the contractor or the civil that missed the elevation.
But did the civil work, the engineer work for you, or was it a separate contract?
I don't recall, since it may have been a supplemental service.
Okay. And then my next question is, other than that project, has ERO been involved in any kind of projects that I guess you could call that are problematic projects, maybe with huge delays, or maybe something was overseen and there needed to be a change order or big change order, significant change order in the process?
Due to delays, no. Typically, we don't work with change orders. There's contingencies built and allowances built into the projects. We try to manage the project within the constraints of that. And oftentimes, through the project and the development of the project, sometimes monies are returned to the district. So we typically don't see change orders because of the contingencies that are built into the projects up front. During COVID, there was a lot of supply chain issues and things like that. So there was materials and such that could not be obtained in the time frame that was allotted for construction. But typically, schedules run pretty smoothly.
Have you had any issues on any of the buildings that you work for Weslaco ISD, given that you've presented your long history with the district?
None that I'm aware of. Manny, have you heard of anything?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Guia, any questions?
When working with the project and the buildings that are already in place, before you do anything, do you do an assessment of the condition that it's in and let the school district know and make them aware of what needs to be done before you can do anything to it so that we don't have any underlying problems after the fact?
Well, in a situation like that, typically there's two parts to it. There's the onset of the project, in which you go out and you field verify everything, right? And like you said, you assess the conditions. You try to determine what you can visually, and you use that to start your process. And then as you go through the project, there may be things that are unforeseen or things that weren't able to be observed, right? They may have been a hitting condition or something that was behind a wall or underneath a roof or something. So it's twofold. One is you go out up front and you try to make sure that you address any of the issues that are visible, right? Juan, you did a lot of renovation in Mercedes. So there was exhaustive field verification before we got started, right? And then through that process, sometimes things come up that were not readily visible or being able to be seen. They were hidden, right? So to answer your question, yes. We go out first and determine the conditions, verify the scope, and make sure that as many of the things that can be covered are covered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, questions?
In regards to hiring or needing consultants, are most of those done in-house? Do you have in-house consultants, or do you usually outsource for consultant help?
Most recently, we've been outsourcing to consultants. Consultants bring expertise because it is something that they do specifically. So we rely heavily on their expertise to help us with projects.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Los Santos?
Yes, my question kind of falls back to what Coach Gray was discussing as far as their existing buildings, and we're talking about that in the category of roofing and building envelopes. I want to know more a little bit about the testing and assessment, knowing that our roofs have already passed their lifetime, right? And knowing that some of them have failed at some point in time and then have been repaired. What kind of, do you hire consultants? And we're really worried about the unforeseen conditions you were kind of discussing. How do we know that there isn't mold? How do we know there's not structural damage? How do we know those type of things? So that's kind of what, can you describe a little bit more to what consultants you may bring in or hire or tests that you may do or assessments?
Building envelope consultants primarily?
Well, like the roofing, specifically the roofing here.
Yeah, building envelope consultant. They oftentimes have tools that can look at things thermally. They can measure moisture. They can detect things that may not be readily visible, right? So in going through that process, then you can identify some of those items. Manny, I don't know if you have anything to add with regards to roofs.
Part of the process early on, and this is just piggyback on what Mr. Cantu was saying.
I know time's up, but you can go ahead and finish answering the question.
It'll be very
It's already.
We usually reach out to all staff, on-site personnel within those schools that we're also evaluating, because we want to really find out what's going on. The past 3 roofs that we did ask a lot of maintenance, a lot of teachers and everything else, because there are conditions that they would see that maybe somebody else wouldn't. So we'd like to know what we're getting involved with, along with our consultants that does core sampling, does, a lot of field observation for us. We take all that data together, and that's where we start presenting solutions and options that will ensure the longevity of the project. And this goes as well with grading, with landscaping, everything that would help prevent and maintain the life cycle of that roof. So we get everybody involved early on and try and get as much of that information as possible to come up with a very informed decision and direction for everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Cantu, and Mr. Zamora. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Mr. Steinman, has a question.
Oh, I was was going to say that. I know it's 5 minutes, but I really, because it's a workshop, Mr. Cantu, and Mr. Cantu, before you leave, can you come back over to the podium really quick?
We don't have to, I don't think it's set in stone, we have to stick.
Yeah, we don't have to stick. I just want to give every board member, if they have a question, I want to be able to give them an opportunity, and we ran out of time. With the other presentations, we did have time for everybody to go around, but Mr. Trevino has a question he wants to ask you. So, Mr. Trevino, go ahead.
Yes, good evening. My question is, how involved, I know, I tried to see the timeline on the backhaul completed. I noticed you guys put it on in your package.
Yes, sir.
And my question is, on this backhaul, I noticed from the beginning we had issues with the roofing, leaks, from the beginning. So and up until now, we still have issues. So my question is, how involved are you guys when it comes to the construction of these buildings being built? And whose responsibility would that fall on? Is it a design issue, or is it the contractors for the roof?
Okay. The installation of the roof is the responsibility of the contractor, the means and the methods. However, depending on how the project is put together and the requirements in the construction manual, oftentimes we have inspections required by the manufacturers of the roof to also verify installation. We do have individuals in our office that are responsible for construction administration, and they visit the site. We have pre-installation conferences prior to different portions of the work occurring. So the contractor, we make sure that they have all their submittals provided, that they know what the scope of work is, and how they're going to proceed with it. So we have those in place. Juan, I forgot to mention, is a product of Weslaco ISD. He lives here in Weslaco. So any projects for Weslaco, he'd be readily available to just come to the site and take a look at things. But we do have weekly meetings with the contractors, right, to one, check the progress of the work and see what it is they're doing and how they're being. And then we have our consultants also that come and take a look and provide observation reports.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I know there's a delay here, but I think you're done. I guess that would be just my only concern is that I know you mentioned that the inspections, the meetings, and everything and so forth. But at the end of the day, 5, 6, 8, 10 years down the road, and from the beginning, we've had issues with the leaking of this building, and we still have issues with the leaking of this building. Things are being damaged every time it rains. So that would just be my concern overall, especially since you guys are the ones that designed this building and oversaw the whole project.
Yes, sir. I don't have any history on that particular project. It was our company's project. However, I was not involved with it. I don't know what the history was on it or what any issues may have arisen from it. Were any of you involved? No. Okay. So I can't answer your question directly in that regard. I don't recall having heard of any issues with the building. There may be people within our office that y'all communicated with that would have firsthand account of that. Unfortunately, I don't, and I'm sorry. I could have come prepared had I known the question was there, or brought somebody that had that history.
No, I thank you for answering as much as you can to your knowledge. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, that's okay. You answered to the best of your knowledge, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
All right, you have a good evening. Thank you.
Mr. Torino, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you provide the answer to Mr. Americo sometime this week as to why we're having the leaks? Can you kind of let him know? So he can let the board know next week?
I know this building,
We can work on that.
Let me talk to people in the office and see involved.
it was completed in January 2020, built 2019. So I know it's not very old. It's less than 5 years old, less than 4 years old.
It's finalized in 2019.
So that's just a concern of mine.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Cantu, if you can look into that and let Mr. Garza know, like Dr. Rivera said, and then we can follow up with that.
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. They'll look into it, Mr. Trevino, and have an answer for us.
What do I have a slide Tuesday on the superintendent's report
Okay, thank
to
you.
explain the background.
Sounds good. I think now, just to give every board member a chance to ask a question,
Yeah, so-
just everybody will ask if you have a question.
Yeah,
but if not-
because in the past, they've had the 5 minutes, and then we just ask what we need.
Yeah.
Whatever you.
And we'll just, I mean, it's a workshop, so might as well be.
Take advantage of it.
Even,
The two basic ones that you cover pretty much cover everything, because
Yeah.
Mark did the same thing that I did. Are they going to look at what's already there, pre-existing?
Right.
Take care of it before they do any more work, okay? It's kind of productive.
Yeah. The unforeseen conditions is the big issue on change orders and additional costs, and that's why like the companies that already do all that assessment and data and check what's underneath before they even start, that really helps them.
I said, I don't know anything about construction, but I have experience, with situations.
Persons, yeah.
Because once they leave, we're stuck with it.
Oh, yes,
Right.
that's right.
Yeah, there's no point in fixing something if you're not gonna.
Right. You'll go all the way, right?
Yeah.
Take the answer out, take it out. But I haven't-
good evening. Thank you. As they pass the booklets out, I want to let you know you have 5 minutes for the presentation. After the 5-minute presentation, we'll each, if they have a question, we'll ask you a question. And we'll let you know, Dr. Rodriguez over here will give you the 4-minute mark when you have 1 more minute left over. And if you're ready, let me know so we can begin.
Ready?
Ready?
We are
Okay,
ready.
here we go.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you for having us. Good afternoon. My name is Juan Mujica Jr. I am a proud member of the mighty class of 1984 Weslaco High School, just for reference.
My name is Ana Lucia. I have been an associate with Janak for 20 years.
I'm Hector Guevara. I'm an architect. I've been with the company for about 6 years now.
Okay, so thank you again for having us here. I'd like to introduce Mr. Rivera. How are you doing, sir? Mr. Rivera was my high school principal, by the way.
84, right? How are you?
You're good. I was a good kid, by the way. All right. A little bit about Janak. Janak's been around for over 35 years. We're based out of Corpus Christi. We have extensive experience in planning, design, construction, and project management. We've successfully completed over 600 projects statewide. We have offices in McAllen and Harlingen. We're based in Corpus, and we now have an office in Dallas as well. We're a fully staffed firm, and 90% of our work is public. And schoolwork is our bread and butter. We do that in our sleep. We are a certified hub, small business, and minority-owned business. The project team that we're doing the work, we're so lucky to get selected by you. Obviously, Raymond Janak is the principal in charge. I'm the senior project manager. I manage the offices here locally. As you see, Anna and Hector are with us, and then Nick Janak is also associate involved with the firm on a constant basis. Our firm has over 20 experienced folks. We've done over 600, that's why we've done over 600, and 75% are additions and renovations. So we do a lot of stuff come in after work, come in and take care of issues with certain current buildings. As I mentioned before, we have 4 offices in Texas, 2 in the Valley, Corpus, and Dallas. We're well-versed in all facets of the design and construction process, from programming, design development, construction documents, bidding, negotiations. We're involved in everything from the get-go, and then construction administration. We're involved in that as well. So we'll be involved from day one until you guys move in, and even then, should something happen to warranty, we're involved in that as well. One of the things that we do that we think separates us from other firms is we do something called design charrettes, and it's on-site design. So we never design in a vacuum. We always design with you guys in mind, in hand, as part of the design team. We talk about everything that has to take place in the thing. We talk about all the stakeholders that are there. We talk about issues that affect you guys. We offer you the benefit of our experience. But what comes out of that is usually a 99.9% success rate, because we all talk about the same issues. We talk about things that somebody may want, but we talk about whether or not they would work or wouldn't work, and why that is. And we talk about what something has happened and has happened successfully elsewhere, and perhaps going to work here as well. Okay? That's, again, 99.9% success with our design charrettes that we do. I'm not going to read all of them, but we have experience in all the things we're interested in, all four. The project that you have, roofing, we have a significant amount of roofing jobs, re-roofing existing facilities throughout any school district, municipality, counties, that sort of thing. We're currently doing actually use ESSER funds for Harlingen CISD, $2.7 million of different facilities, some modified bitumen roofing and some metal roofs and miniature Navy stands as well. We've done security alcoves for a number of school districts in Corpus, in Hidalgo ISD as well. Ben, you remember that. And restroom improvements, we've done that PSJ, we're doing PI as well. And just about any project that we do in sort of renovation, restrooms renovation is usually a large component of that renovation effort. Building envelope, we hired consultants to help us with that, like we have consultants on roofing, but we have done a multitude of building envelope projects throughout the state as well. We come in and we look at existing facilities, aging facilities, and we have to look at the building envelope, the roofing components, windows sometimes, and sometimes we have to come back and replace windows to meet the new codes, window codes, and especially if you're in the coastal counties, we have to come in and do winston certification as well. We have structural consultant engineers help us with that as well. A few projects just for experience, I'm trying to go through these very fast. We were lucky enough to be selected by Edinburgh ISD to help them with their bond program in 2019. We designed a career technology center that we're going to have 2 of them. And obviously, as part of that, we talked to the roofing guts of the game.
1 minute, sir.
Edinburgh ISD, the bonding programs, we've done envelopes, PSJ ISD, roofing, security alcove, we've done all this stuff. Security issues is always a thing. We converted a bowling alley for Region 1 in Laredo, converted it into a central office, Region Center, learning center for them as well. Region 1 here in Edinburgh as well, we converted that as well. And every project has roofing, security alcoves, restrooms, and envelope components to all of this. For HISD, PSJ ISD, we did 5 of their middle schools. All of those have all those components. This one is in Liberal Condominiums residential area where we had to come in and actually we had to tool all the masonry because all the water was coming in through the walls. We had to come in and retool all the brick and then replace all of the windows, and the windows had to comply with Winston certification as well. For the same for Del Mar College Memorial Building, these are examples of Hidalgo ISD security alcoves of an existing facility. We come in and retrofit and security alcove, given all this happened.
Time's up.
That was awesome. You stuck a lot in there in the last minute.
Yeah, thank you.
And I understood it also. Good job. It was nice and clear still. We'll go ahead and begin with the questions, and we'll start with Dr. Rodriguez.
Okay.
My question is regarding consultant work. Is it most in-house consultant work for you all, or do you outsource?
We have relationships with consultants for all kinds of things, from MEP engineers to landscape architects to envelope consultants. We're doing work with Robkins. I know they're going to interview with you, but we've hired them as well. Roofing consultants, we have that as well. We have relations with everybody. Once we stick with unless we're told otherwise, we usually have a team of consultants that we rely on. We establish a relationship with them. When we give you guys a deadline, a timeline, and a commitment, our whole team has that commitment as well. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Coach Cuellar?
I'll defer mine to Mr. Los Santos because he has a better understanding of what I want to get across, right?
Similar question. Go ahead.
Because we both had the same question last time.
Okay, okay.
So I'm going to have 2 components because you fall under multiple categories, but I'll start with the roofing and building envelope. And myself and Coach Cuellar last time were asking as far as what type of testing and assessment do you do, knowing that these are pre-existing buildings, knowing that these are 25 to 30-year roof systems that we're dealing with that have already passed their lifespan and have failed in the past and have been worked on partially. What type of testing and assessment, other than the visual that you all do when you go initially, do you do? Do you hire consultants? Do you have an inside team? What type of testing and analysis do you do for, like I said, any type of mold, those type of things? Behind the walls, under the roof. That's what I'm trying to get at. What do we do to find underlying conditions so that we don't, it's not a simple remove and replace.
Right.
What are you going to do to ensure that we have a full idea of what we're dealing with when we go into the project, so we're not looking at some type of structural damage or something else that's going to really drive our costs and affect us on other projects that we already have planned?
Yeah. So obviously, the visual gives you an initial areas of where to look at it. You see cracking, stair-stepping cracking on the structural components. You see rusting in structural components. It gives you an area where to start looking. The easier spots are always your openings, your doors and your windows. You can always look there, go around those areas, remove some of that brick, some of the veneers, start looking around there. If you start seeing some corrosion, you start seeing some mold issues, you start seeing any number of decomposing, that gives you an idea of what you're looking at. And then you get a little more selective. And so you want to be as cost efficient and really, I mean, we're budget driven. We're always budget driven. That's what we do. But we need to ensure we can't just say take a piece everywhere. We want to visually first and see where we can locate those areas, pinpoint the areas of interest, and identify those. And if we see that's there, then we can do additional testing if we need to. But there's always communication going on. So we would tell you, this is what we saw, and then we ask you guys, can your people tell us if they had an issue here before? That communication is critical for us. We're not going to have all the answers. We need you guys to tell us where the problems are. Like, we don't use the buildings like you guys do. But that's important to us so that we know that. But in that communication process back and forth is where we're able to really identify the problem, pinpoint the problem, and then offer some solutions on how best to take care of the problem. Because we know once you fix it, it's going to be 25 years till you address it again.
Right.
Budget is always critical.
Okay. The second question I have, like I said, because you're looking at restroom improvements and vegetables.
Yes, sir.
I asked this to the other companies as well, so I wanted to be fair to everyone.
Sure.
So when you're dealing with the project team, whoever that may be from the administration, and you're looking at the intent, the design process, the ideas, the needs, the functions, when you're discussing all that, can you describe a little bit more about that process? Because it seems that looking at past histories, other districts and projects and whatnot, sometimes there's gaps in that process, and then later when it's like, okay, we missed this, that kind of leads to change orders and additional costs. So can you describe a little bit about that, working with the project team? How do you ensure, and I know it's not perfect, right, but how do we ensure that we try to be, that we're not going to see any unforeseen conditions or miss out on something we have to add later?
Yes, sir. So I'll start by saying that architecture, like law, is a practice. And so we learn from every project. And so, but for us, what we've learned over the years is the communication is a critical part of it from the get-go. And we only communicate with the people that we are told that we can communicate with. One of the things that we've learned is that miscommunication happens a lot of time because somebody tells somebody something else, and then before you know it, turns something else. But if the key people that are involved understand what needs to happen, understand the budget, the timeline, and if decisions are made towards those goals, it makes that process a lot easier. Now, the specifics of it are going to be really specific based to whatever the issue is, right? And so if it's roofing, for example, we want to talk to whoever maintains your roofs. We offer different kinds of roofing systems that have worked. We can tell you we did this here, we've done this here, and then we can talk about that. If it's windows, and here in Weslaco, we don't have to do a wind certification, but you do have some winds that we got to make sure that you have. Visibility is an issue for that. Is it important that the teacher is able to see outside? Is it important that the students are able to have daylight? For us, historically and statistically, we want daylight coming into for the learning environment. So there's a lot of different components that we have to take into account also. But again, it goes back to the communication issue. We will ask questions. We will answer questions, but it's the response and answer that goes back and forth on how we best communicate to resolve the issue at hand. And it's very specific at times, and it will start very broad, and it will get it done. But again, it boils down to a money issue, right? And who we are told to communicate with is who we will communicate. And if we're told to report to whomever, we will report to them. And it's communication back and forth. And that's our history. That's what we've done. And feel free to check our references. I will say as well that once we get somewhere, we usually stay there. We have a long history of repeat clients up and down the valley, up in Corpus as well. So we like to think that that's because a lot of the communication that we have back and forth with our clients.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mojica. Mr. Castillo, any questions?
Yes. So I got to be a little bit careful on this one because I'm part of it as well.
Okay.
But I've asked this to every presenter. Has your firm ever been involved in litigation with respect to a construction defect case?
We have been involved with litigation. Some of it is that word is used. We've been thrown in there because an owner will sue the contractor, and you will know that when that happens, everybody gets thrown in there. We as a design leader get thrown in there. Our team gets thrown in there. We have not, to my knowledge, have lost a case. We argued our cases, and we have not been proven to have done anything wrong on our end. I hope that answers your question.
Yes. And then kind of know the answer to this one too.
Okay, fair enough.
Have you ever been involved in a project where there was a significant delay because of an issue, maybe that was overseen, by the design team? Actually, I don't know the answer to this. I was thinking about a contractor that went out of business.
Yes.
That I know you
I
were.
think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that had nothing to do with you. That's
Right.
something else.
No,
But
no.
as far as the design, has there been any issues of any projects that you've been involved in that required that a significant delay occurred or required a huge change order? And when I mean
Because of the
huge, yes. And when I mean huge, 25% of over 25% of the original cost. You know what?
The easier answer to that is no, we haven't. There have been change orders. I mean, this is construction, and it does happen, especially in renovation work. You don't know what you have until you actually get in there. But we, to my knowledge, I've been with the firm, this is my 23rd year, actually. Next month, I start my 24th. We have not been sued for errors and omissions on design issues. We haven't been accused of anything like that. Whenever we've been called back to look at something, we come back and the right to fix something, we come back and taking care of whatever issues there may be, and more times than not, it's been a construction issue, but it has not been a design issue of any sort. There are delays, as you noted. There's sometimes contractors, subcontractors, and there's a number of things. COVID did a number. I mean, some contractors are still on the COVID bandwagon. There are delays on material getting here. There are some cost issues that are impacted by that. There's a shortage in workforce right now as well. So those do have an impact on delays. Is that the delay? I would say no, but those are factors that go in to take some of the delays. But I will tell you this, though. If there's any issue that comes up, and I think you know this, Mr. Castillo, because we did it in Hidalgo, if any issue like that comes up, you will be the first to know. Those issues come up, and again, I go back to the communication. We have to have what Raymond calls, you got to come to Jesus right up ahead. The better we all are informed, the better the decision is going to be. It may not be something that we want to hear, but you're going to hear the truth from us. You're going to hear the honest truth, and you're going to know why it happened, what happened, when it happened, and what we think would be the best solution to move forward and resolve the issue and move forward. Mistakes will be made. We're humans, we're all humans. But in my opinion, it's how you take care of those, how you resolve the issues. Because for us, it's the relationship that we want to build, continue our relationship actually, with Weslaco ISD and continue to work here. We build that relationship based on trust and taking care of the issues during design, during construction, and after construction. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. And full disclosure for the board and for the community as well.
Yeah.
I've worked with Mr. Mojica many, many times in my role as an attorney for school districts, so that's how come we have some familiarity with each other, because they are a popular firm to be selected.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Cuellar, my aunt worked for your dad for so long. Your dad was actually my dad.
I did not know you were a Weslaco alum, though, this whole time that we've been working together.
1984.
That's awesome.
Proud alum. You can have the certificate.
40 years out of high school, right?
Almost, yeah. This is my 40th year.
20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you very much. You can see the white hair.
I look the same, right? I haven't changed. I look the same, right?
Weslaco, well, I mean, it's more populated now.
No, me.
Oh, no, you look exactly the same.
Tell them better. You look better.
Are you avoiding the question?
No, you look exactly the same.
Young, very young, young and handsome.
I'm the one aging. You look younger than me now.
Mr. Mojica, I have one question for you, since you've been emphasizing a lot of communication and,
Yes, ma'am.
and talking to everybody. And what caught my eye in your booklet was getting stakeholders involved in the design process. And this is something that I haven't seen from anybody else. How is it that you communicate with stakeholders to design, and who are the stakeholders that you design with?
If I can go back to this image real quick. Right there. You tell us who the stakeholders are. We can suggest people. And so we can say you're the director of maintenance, your AC guy, your roofer, your transportation, the director of transportation. Depending on the project. If we're doing a cafeteria, we obviously want to have some communication with the director of food services. Now, what level of communication that is and the authority that that person has, you guys tell us. We'll listen. And then we take those comments, and then we come back into whomever it is and say, okay, this is what they're asking for. In our experience, this is a need. In our experience, this is a very good thing to take care of now. The choice is not ours. The choice will be yours. Whomever you tell us those decision makers are. The stakeholders provide input because we need to have the discussions. It's that communication that creates a better project. The decision will always be yours.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much for your time and your presentation. It was very informative. Ms. Luksha, Mr. Guevara, and Mr. Mojica. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot one board member. Mr. Trevino.
Oh, yes.
He's online. Do you have any questions for Janak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
sir.
you.
Okay, my question is, how involved, and I'm sure you answered it, but I'm having difficulties hearing everything that you guys are saying there. But my question is, how involved are you on a project from start to finish to avoid or to avoid any mishaps or any leaky buildings or anything like that? You know, how involved are you from start to finish?
I will be involved from the beginning to the end. Raymond is involved, kind of hovers around me. I will tell you, my girls, I've been, as I said earlier, this is my 24th year. I'll start here next month with the firm. My girls, I have 2 daughters. One's 26, one's 22. They've only known this job that I've had. And no matter where we go, I know people. Everybody's got my number. I get texts, I get phone calls every day, Saturday and Sunday. I'm not encouraging it, but I do get them. But communication, I go back to the point. I am involved, sir, from the beginning to the end. I still get calls on an issue where a leak happened 5 years after construction was completed. I get a phone call, I look into it, again, my roofing consultant look at it, we find the issue, and if it's still under warranty, that gets resolved. If something else needs to happen, we tell you what else needs to happen. But I would be involved. Me personally, Hector and Ana are great support. They're here involved. If I'm not in the office, they know exactly what's going on. They can answer the questions just as easily as I can. I hope I answered your question, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. What about change orders? In your most recent jobs, how frequently or what do you do to avoid change orders?
So part of the process is during the design is a large part of it is our experience, right? And so this discussion that we have early on, what it is that you want to do. And so let's say you want to add, let's just throw something out. You want to add some classrooms. And so we'll tell you, okay, you want to add classrooms, but now you're adding capacity. That means that you may need to add restrooms. You know, so there's an impact on what it is that you want to do. So these are discussions that we need to have early on. What I don't want to happen is me not tell you that you need restrooms. We get to permitting and the city folks say, where are your restrooms? And so that's a change order, right? And that's something that we'd want to have. So if there's other options, for example, that there's a product that, because vendors talk to everybody, the product that somebody wants to use has sold somebody in the school district that we think this is a good product, we'll give you the benefit of our experience with that product. And if we don't, we'll ask certain questions of that vendor as to where this product has been used and how the success rate of that product and how they can be used or not used, the advantages and disadvantages, something like that. So we have discussions in and out, and I can tell you, you can ask any contractor here in the Valley too that's worked with us too. They don't like dealing on change orders with us because they seldom get them. We fight tooth and nail on that stuff. And as I mentioned before, change orders is just one of those things nobody likes. They do happen, but we fight tooth and nail to avoid those. And we do what we can to mitigate that, to remedy that, or to just diminish it altogether so that we don't have any sort of change order. But I think we have a very good history of that, not just in the Valley, but wherever Janak has done work. And so I'm pretty proud of that. And I'm also proud to say that contractors know that when they're dealing with us, it's not, okay, we got some money coming our way. They have to truly, truly justify whatever it is that they're asking for, because we ask for a lot of detail, we ask for a lot of backup, and then we'll negotiate some of that stuff as well.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate those answers.
You're very welcome, sir. Thank you for asking.
Thank you once again.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
All right.
Be safe.
Oh, it's cool. Well, I'd rather
Uh-oh. I know. Okay, that's better for longer because give me a chance.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We started at about 6.
The next presenter is Gomez Mendez Science Architects.
One more hour. It's not too bad. And then we're gonna rank them today, and we're gonna get the totals today. Okay.
And then we'll put on the agenda for next Tuesday.
Okay.
Otherwise, who is recommending for this department?
Okay. So we won't find out today how it ranked. We gotta wait till next week to see.
So the process,
I'd like to know.
so the process, so we rank them here and then we get together, or?
We can do them here.
We'll just do them here?
We'll do them here. We'll have someone tally them.
Okay.
So we'll see who you want for the projects.
That's it.
Hello. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Oh, GMS. Have your-
Thank you, thank you.
Hello. Thank you. He's here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just to explain, we're going to give you 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
Dr. Rodriguez over here on the corner will let you know when you're at 4 minutes and when you have 1 minute left.
Okay.
After the 5-minute presentation, if we have any questions, we'll each ask you the question, and that'll be it.
Okay.
So let us know whenever you're ready so we can begin. We are missing Mr. Castillo. Oh, there he is. He's just walking in. So if you're ready, let us know.
We're ready.
We're ready.
Ready.
Okay, go
I'll
ahead.
start it when you start talking.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to present our work to you for your upcoming bond projects. My name is David Monreal, and I am a partner at GMS Architects. Joining me today is one of my other business partners, Mr. Rowan Gomez, and from Ethos Engineering, Mr. Guillermo Quintanilla. Ethos is one of our primary MEP consultants who has extensive knowledge when it comes to HVAC needs, technology, and access controls as it relates to safety and security. Mr. Rudy Gomez could not be here tonight, but has entrusted us to highlight some of our work. GMS has been in business for the past 47 years. We have worked with many school districts, municipalities, and universities throughout the Rio Grande Valley. Among all of the firm's partners, we have 125 years of combined architectural experience, and some of those years were spent with Weslaco ISD. We are very familiar with the district, having designed Rico Elementary, Chrysler-held Elementary, and South Palm High School. We were also the district's representatives for the construction of Weslaco East High School and their additions. We also designed additions at Weslaco High, cafeteria, Sepulveda gym, some classrooms, and more recently, the athletic field house. Our office designs or at least works on re-roofing projects every year. We've installed many different types of roofing systems, and there are a few important factors to consider when you're re-roofing. It's not a one-size-fits-all for roofing. Energy codes have changed, which will require additional insulation, which will change slopes, may change heights on some of the roofs. So we need to be careful when we design those. And then HVAC equipment replacement, if required. Units may be larger, they may be heavier, they may affect the roofing drainage and possibly the building structure. So those things need to be planned correctly. Restroom renovations, as straightforward as that seems, one important item to consider when renovating restrooms is the ADA compliance. Cosmetic renovations, if we're just replacing in-kind water closets, ADA new clearances are not going to kick in. But if we start redesigning the space, moving walls, and there's demolition, that will require ADA clearances, which will possibly affect budgets if we're not careful. You got to accommodate structural slab revisions, new plumbing, piping, and routing. Building envelope improvements. We're working on a few of those currently, and one of those is the administration building at Santa Rosa ISD, which covers the whole gamut of what we're talking about here today. So we're redoing re-roofing, we're replacing all the EFS on the exterior of the building. There's been a lot of water damage, so we've been replacing metal deck, window replacements, and all of those things. One of the things is assessment, and the clear scope needs to be sort of straight in order for these renovations to be successful. The vestibule security access control and upgrade projects, we've done many of these, and it seems like a lot of school districts are doing these now. So simple solutions could be a buzzer to let people in. More complex solutions will require bullet-resistant doors and windows, access controls and cameras like we did for HCISD, and we're currently doing for IDEA Public Schools district-wide. We've accomplished secure entry points in campuses in the building, like the example on the left, if space allows, or we've done additions out of the building in order to create that. We did similar for San Benito High School, so we built out. They wanted a more presence on their campus, so we designed something that was a little bit larger for people to find the entry and then display area. So we're just going to run through some quick examples of some of our most recent work. We completed the Resaca Middle School last year. It's 155,000 square feet. It's several buildings.
1 minute left.
Structures for classrooms and gymnasiums. The
Hannah High School addition for gymnasiums is a competition court. And then the UTRGV Collegiate High School is one of our more recent projects. It's a unique partnership between ATISD and UTRGV. It's a building that we utilize it as a high school during the day and then transitions into evening college campus. It focuses on academic pathways in education, engineering, and computer science. And the spaces are more collaborative in nature, and there are also several smaller breakout areas through the building for smaller groups and individual use. That was such a success for us that we were able to design the UTRG Collegiate High School for Edinburgh and also for McAllen, which are both going to open this summer. So while these specialty campuses are unique and sometimes a bit complicated, as I mentioned throughout the presentation, proper planning and understanding the project scope and program will lead to a successful project. Even if it's a small renovation project or large campus project, you have to plan the work and work the plan. That concludes our presentation. Thank you again for letting us present to you, and we hope that we can be part of your
Right on
bond
time.
project. Thank you.
5 minutes. We'll begin over with Mr. De Los Santos this time. If you have any questions, Mr. De Los Santos, go ahead.
Yes. My question's broken down into two different categories, so I'll start off with the roofing systems, the roofing and building envelopes category. Knowing their existing buildings, okay, I want to see if you can describe a little bit more about the testing and assessment that you do, because we've been asking everyone that's presented prior to you, they were really interested to find out what testing and assessments you do so that we can identify unforeseen conditions. And knowing that our systems are our roof systems are 25 to 30 years old across the district, the ones that we're looking at repairing, they failed at some point in time in the past and have been repaired. So what do you do to get, kind of just put it like in layman's terms, what do you do to get under the roof and see what's there before so that when we put together a project cost, we don't get hit with any, and I know that it's not perfect, right? And I know that anytime you're doing with a remodel or existing building, something's gonna pop up, but what do you do to try to really put together an accurate project cost and really see what's under the underlying roofing system that's currently there?
Okay, now I'm gonna say there's a two-part question, or there's two parts to that. As far as the roof is concerned, one, you can do multiple cores throughout it to make sure that you either have wet insulation, also getting with facilities and the campus FM to see where they have been leaking. Usually your leaks are around roof penetrations, generally, right? And so then going in and see, okay, is that duct really sweating, or is that coming from the roof drains, things like that. The other thing that we've done in the past is you can use infrared to see where hot spots are, or cool spots, vice versa, where you're having the heat gain or heat loss. And then I have one more.
No, go ahead, take it.
But
this isn't timed.
well, see, because then I'll say this, even then, like visual inspection from underneath, yes, you go in, especially the areas that are highlighted by the district or by the facility,
Right.
as to these are there, and then you do an assessment of it. Because we did something similar for, well, now it's TSC, the old Needleland Mall, where we actually had to replace bar joists and roof decking in order to replace the roof. So, I mean,
There's multiple steps that you all take.
Yeah, and then from there you do the assessment, or then you put a budget to it.
So specifically to your question, what we've done in the past is, depending on the types of roofing materials or manufacturers, they offered that to us. So we'll call a roofing manufacturer, they'll come core it, they'll tell us what the thicknesses are, they'll tell us all the materials, or we'll hire Amtech or a testing lab to come do that for us. And then we assess that, and then we, working with different manufacturers, we'll put together a cost depending on the type of system that you're doing, and then bring you alternates for those costs. Because ultimately, you're going to want to see cost comparison. Where can we save and what can we do to solve the problem?
Okay. Thank you. The second part of it, and this is the question that I'm asking everyone, as regards to the restroom improvements and vegetables. When that project team is put together, the administration departments or campus principals, et cetera, whoever that may be, when you're discussing the intent, direction, the remodeling of those restrooms, or maybe designing the vegetables, because all of our campuses have a different layout and structure. Can you describe that process a little bit more in detail to make sure that nothing's left out, that doesn't become an issue later and then becomes a change order and becomes an additional cost?
I mean, for me, and I think I've tried to highlight some of those things, I maybe have not mentioned it in the presentation, was all of these projects, whether big or small, need a program. We have to meet with the staff. We've got to go through a program. What is it that you're trying to accomplish? On the entry vestibules of the projects that we worked on, we had to understand how the district actually used the system, or how do you greet the visitor? What is expected? Do you have a camera outside before they come in? Do you buzz them in and now they're in a secure area? Do they hand over the license? Do you run it through a Raptor system? Do you all of those things, all the questions that we ask, that they ask on what it is that we need to do. So I think it's multiple meetings with the shareholders and show them, okay, here, write out the program, we go away, we come up with some ideas, come back and present, but it's a constant communication. We're not gonna design this and just come back and say, that's your solution.
Right.
That's not how it's gonna work. But I think all of it has to start with a program, and we have to stick to those items, but then that also has to fit the budget. A lot of times there's wish lists and there's a lot of items that cost money, access controls. So we have to align those with the budget, then come back and say, okay, what can we give up? What do we still need? But it's a constant communication to come back with ideas and then keep updating that and refine it before you go out to bid.
Okay.
Ultimately.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the
Thank
additional
you.
detail.
Mr. Trevino is online. Mr. Trevino, do you have a question for Gomez, Mendez, and Science?
Yes, good evening. My question is, how involved are you with these construction projects? I know I've heard, I was able to hear a little bit better here, but I guess, for example, we have a building there that was built 4 or 5 years ago, and I just want to know what responsibility you take when working with contractors, holding them accountable, making sure that all the T's are crossed, dotted, every I is dotted, and making sure that at the end of the completion of the project, there is a building there that we can all be happy about and satisfied. How involved are you with contractors from beginning to finish?
So I think that starts at the very beginning. So, let's say the contractor's awarded the project. The first thing we do is we have a pre-construction meeting. And I think at that point, we start discussing the specification items. We need to know, did you guys bid what's in our specs? Did you guys, are we holding them to the products that we asked for? Because a lot of times they put numbers together and then we'll come to find out that that's not what they're planning to install. So from the very get-go, we already align those expectations with them on what we're expecting. The second thing for that is that we have an in-house construction administration person that is available to us on the design team to go out at certain times to go visit the projects. He checks our pay apps. He's involved with what's going on in the field. He'll write a simple report just to keep us updated, but that's how we communicate back to the contractor. We were on site, your pay app doesn't align with what you're saying you're doing. Consultants are always constantly going out. In the pre-construction meetings, we tell them we need to see, before you start roofing, we're going to meet with you and the subcontractor to make sure that you guys are using the shop drawings that you guys submitted, so that everybody who's out there knows what they're supposed to do. It can be a simple tile. Okay, before you start laying out the tile, this is the tile pattern. How is he going to do it? Instead of us showing up and, that tile is shifted. Well, nobody ever told us. Well, those are the kinds of things, and I think we've done this a lot, and we're getting better at it. But we're doing those things to try to hold the contractor, at least accountable for what he's doing and deliver the building that we're expecting from our specs. So our consultants are constantly involved. The structural engineer from the foundations, the civil person is constantly checking drainage. Are we doing that before it's too late? And then we got to go in and rip things out, and then we're delayed. So those are the kinds of things that we try to do to try to keep them on track.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, move on to Mr. Castillo. Any questions?
Yes. Good evening. Has your firm ever been involved in litigation with respect to any claims for a construction defect?
No.
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Has your firm ever been involved in a project where there has been a significant delay in construction or has required a significant change order? 10% or 10 to 15% above the original cost?
No.
No. The only caveat would have been during COVID,
Yeah.
when the material supplies were down. And we had bar joists, you couldn't get a bar joist for 8 months. Things like that, but it wasn't, I guess, it was beyond our control.
Yeah, that was everybody.
Yes, no, I
Yeah.
understand, but to answer your question.
Yes,
truthfully,
I appreciate it.
Yes, it's happened, but there were extenuating circumstances for it.
I appreciate it.
Sir.
Sorry for shooting you a look, because I know you work with Ethos, and I'm like, what's this guy doing up here? But thank you for introducing that. I'm good, man.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Castillo. Coach Cuellar, was it this, would you like to ask another question, or are you going to go off, Mr. Little
No,
Santos?
Mr. Los Santos has a good command of the way he's going to ask and cover the things that I may overlook, so.
We had the same question.
Yeah, he already asked questions, so we're good there, okay. Dr. Rodriguez?
My question involves consultant work. Is most of that in-house, or do you outsource?
What
most
kind
of
of
the-
consultant work?
In regards to these projects that we're looking at here?
So MEP,
I can answer that one. My name is Guillermo Quintanilla, I'm an electrical engineer. I've been on the consultant field since 1987, and I was 1987. I've been working with them directly and indirectly since then until today. So
Okay.
we have 30+ years of standing.
So it's your company, and then you all just consult together?
Yes.
Okay.
We're in communication every day. All the projects that we collaborated, we know what the expectations are, so we have understanding of so many years working together.
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
our office is primarily architectural, and then our consultants, MEP, structural, landscape, are the teams that we've used multiple times on projects.
Yes, before I ask
Thank
my
you.
question, Mr. Castillo is going to ask you another
I'm
question.
sorry, I forgot a question. Have you guys ever done any work for Weslaco ISD? And if so, what buildings have you worked on?
Yeah, so, the only one.
I'm new.
I'm new, and I've been with GMS for 10 years now, and I think the only one that I had worked on was the athletic field house, the new one at Weslaco High. But Rudy, and I think we've worked on Rico Elementary, or designed Rico Elementary.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Okay. So the first project that Rudy did for Weslaco was the Sepulveda gym back then. Since then, we did Rico Elementary, Kleckler held. We did the science edition at the high school, the athletic facilities. We've done numerous energy management, lighting things. He can elaborate on those. We've done re-roofing for the district. There's probably also, did the renovations to, what is it, KWES kitchen? The kitchen there, I remember doing that, because that was one of mine. Again, there's probably maybe half of the campuses we haven't actually touched or laid hands on in this district over the, well, now it's going to be almost 50 years since Rudy started working.
So yes.
Rudy's your dad?
Yes.
Rudy's your dad?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Answers your question?
Yeah.
Yes, you have worked with Weslaco.
Is he still around working, or he
Yes.
kind of retired?
No.
He's still
he's
involved?
there. He slows down, but that's about it. You can still see him running up in his Z, so.
My question to you is, looking through your booklet, these designs are beautiful designs. They're very, very, very nice to look at. And you talked about communicating with stakeholders. The designs that you have made or that you created, how is it that you talk to the stakeholders involved, or who are the stakeholders that you've worked with to design your
So for different
projects.
districts, they'll bring in, let's say, a handful of teachers. Let's say we're working on an elementary school, or even the collegiate heights. We'd meet with HISD, and they would actually bring in the people that were going to either use the building or the facilities department personnel. And again, we would go through the program. We'd have to ask, how many classrooms do you want? How many science labs? And we'd create something very generic, and then we'd bring that back and then fine tune that. Okay, what needs to go in the science lab? Let's bring in the science teacher, whomever it is that's the expert for the campus, to sort of, well, now we need, these water connections, we need gas, we need this, or this is what we're teaching, and this is how I want to use the space. So other than the normal requirements that we have to abide by for the state, obviously, they're open to interpretation or needs of those stakeholders. So it's whoever you guys would bring to us, we'd say, okay, these are the people we're going to communicate with. This is what we're going to do, and then they should ultimately be able to turn around and tell you we're happy with where we're going. It's not going to just be us designing this in a box and just saying this is what you have and this is what you're going to.
That's great to hear.
Yeah,
You take into consideration what those stakeholders want.
If I may add, in our case, we will communicate with Americo and his staff. What are the systems that they like to use? We have good luck as far as the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. So that's what they're going to maintain down the road. So probably after that conversation, we'll engage with the facilities and maintenance department.
Okay. You know, because this is funds that the community approved from the bond, and I want to make sure that we're all involved in this, and we want to be as transparent as possible with the community, and I would really like to have the community, you know, the teachers, the students, whoever, give us some feedback and consider what their needs are as well. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, all our work is public work, so we're used to having to come to the board, answer to you. We know that this is public, it's the public's money, and they're entrusting you guys with it, and we do the same. You're trusting us to be able to deliver what we're telling you we can, and so we take that very seriously between all our consultants. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Great.
Appreciate your presentation. Very informative. Y'all have a great evening.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. 3 more to go. I've never seen us look at designs before. I mean, because we haven't done anything since we've been here. But it would be nice to go and
The next presenter is Robert Kistner.
Robert Kistner.
And they're only for roofs, right? Yeah.
The roofing and building.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening.
Very good.
Thank you.
Oh, the TVs? Oh, yes. Very nice.
So as those are getting passed out, just to explain, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Dr. Rodriguez over on the corner will let you know when you're at the 4-minute mark.
Okay.
After the presentation, if we have questions, we'll ask your questions. The questions, not your questions, the questions, and that'll be it. So you let us know when you're ready to begin, and he'll start the clock.
Okay. Okay, I think we're ready to begin.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Michael Hovar, and let me make sure I have this right. I am the senior architect and the South Texas Regional Manager for Robert Kistner Consultants for our Building Envelope Group. And with me tonight is Alejandro Folke. He is one of our senior consultants, and he is with me here in our bar office. Who are we? Well, you probably know Robert Kistner from projects that we've assisted with over the last 32 years in the Valley. Primarily, you probably know us from our construction materials and engineering testing, but we are a very large firm that has now over 700 employees, and we have specialization in geotechnical engineering, environmental, infrastructure, program and project management. We do a lot of work with arenas for professional sports teams, But we're here tonight to talk about our building sciences, and that's what our group is. In our building sciences group, we have architectural and forensic consultants. When we talk about architects, though we are trained in architecture, and most of us have done complete building design work over the years, our emphasis really is not in the overall design of the project, but to specialize in the building envelope. And our forensic and architectural consulting groups do that. The building envelope, and I know now you probably know what that is. You're probably hearing more about it now, particularly over the last 10 years as we've been looking more at energy efficiency, at code compliance. The building envelope is that part of the building that keeps us dry, it keeps us warm, it lets light in, it lets us pass through it, and it interfaces with all of the other parts of the building, mechanical systems, windows, doors, roofs, all of those materials. And what we do as a group is we interface and specialize on that. We're not necessarily the designers of the overall building, but we typically help our clients who are architects and engineers achieve their vision and their designs and help them do it in an economical way that is making sure that we keep people dry, because one of the greatest concerns we have is water in our buildings, and most litigation happens to be water. And in many cases, it may not be exactly through the building envelope, through the roof or the walls, but it's still coming through the building, perhaps at the interfaces where the mechanical equipment is. And that's really what we specialize in. We work with lots of public clients, lots of private clients, lots of architects who we are part of their team as their consultant. Now, one of the things that we do, a big part of what we do is just investigations and evaluations of the systems to understand why the problem is being experienced. And as architects, we do work, if we are the prime consultant on a project, we work a project just like any other engineer or architecture firm would do to take that project from procurement of the services to the design, ultimately the procurement of the construction, and oversee it through construction to make sure that it's a successful project. And so we do provide full architectural services just like any other architecture firm, but really focusing and specializing on the building envelope. We do many peer reviews for our peers, as it says. We're hired by many firms to come in and help them ensure that they're not having problems with their buildings, that they don't leak, that they don't have problems. We also do assessments and use asset management software that we have, which helps our clients. Many years ago, I was actually involved doing assessments for Weslaco ISD, and at the time we used a different type of software, but I'm quite familiar and have been on many of the campuses here in Weslaco ISD over the years, and that is a service that we do have, which helps budget for the work, helps you understand the problems that you currently have, just get a better handle on your assets and how to handle them.
Okay, that is 5 minutes. So we will begin with the questions, and we will start over with Dr. Rodriguez. Dr. Rodriguez, any questions?
And I think you clarified that on in regards to the building envelope, you are the consultant when it comes to any type of building envelope work for yourself and for other firms that you might work with?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes.
And you specialize, that's what you specialize in?
Yes, that is exactly what we do. And I would have to say that probably about 60% of our work is with us as the prime consultant, probably 40% is providing those services for other architects. to assist them throughout their project.
Sir, can you talk in the microphone? Because we have a board member
Yeah.
that's a remote.
He's online, I forgot to, so he can listen to what you're saying. That's right.
Yes, and I would say that approximately 60% of our work is with us as the primary consultant, where we handle all of the project aspects from procurement through occupancy. But we probably do about 40% of our work where we work with other architects and provide them that same service as part of their package, just as they may hire a structural engineer or mechanical engineer. We serve as that building envelope consultant for them.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's your question. Trustee Cuellar, do you have any questions? No. Trustee Castillo?
Yes, just a clarification. In your presentation, it's mostly for an envelope consultant, but say you were selected, would we need to hire a separate architect for the design of the entire project, or would Robert Kistner be able to do that as well?
Well, because we have so many clients who are architects, what we do as a business model, we try not to compete against them for the work that they are specialists in. What we do is we provide the work that we are a specialist in, which is the building consulting. So while we can do it, we could do work where we do design work. We are not staffed, though, really, and set up for the production of, let's say, an addition to a school. Where we've done it, and we've asked, I think, in our presentation that we're really only being looked at for the building envelope work.
I guess my question is, if we were to select you, would we need to hire somebody else to complement that service, sir? Mr. Romanico?
Mr. Folke?
Well, not if the project is, for example, an evaluation of the building envelope, and we were going to fix windows, doors, roofing, that sort of thing. If you're going to ask us for an addition, let's say that it was a bathroom addition or classroom addition.
No, this is solely for the roof, right?
No, we handle the entire aspect of it. We have our structural engineers and our architects that would handle that.
You specialize in roofing?
Yes, we specialize in roofing and building envelope, windows, walls, waterproofing. Yep.
So, but we wouldn't have to contract an additional expert to finish that project if you were to be selected, right?
No, you would not. We would handle all of it.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Yes.
Yes, for example, if you have an existing building that has problems with roofs, we can act as prime consultants directly with you guys.
So we don't need a middleman?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
So.
Actually, we work
with most school districts that way.
Okay.
I think you're talking about the construction documents, right? Like, or what's going to be put out?
Yes.
That all would come out of your company if you were selected. You'd be able to, from A to Z, provide
Yes,
it.
we do the drawings, specifications.
Right.
We model, just like many of the other architects do. We are on the construction cloud. We model in Revit. We produce our drawings in Revit. We write specifications that cover all aspects of the work.
Awesome. Okay, so my two real questions are, just because I saw your presentation, I wanted to make sure if you were selected, we didn't have any extra costs. Has your firm ever been involved in litigation with respect to any kind of construction defect claim?
To my knowledge, we have not.
Okay.
And I know my group hasn't.
Oh, there you go. Another question, have you personally been involved in a project, or your company that you know of, that sustained significant delays or had required a significant change order because of some, any kind of issue, any kind of design issue, or just any issue, unforeseen issue that?
Well, I would have to say that not from a design issue, but during COVID, we experienced a number of very sizable delays, mostly because of the availability of materials. And then we've experienced project closeout because of disputes between the contractor, their suppliers, and the ultimate cost of the work. We've had several projects where that's been a problem, but those had really been concentrated only during those years where COVID was causing the problem. Other than that, we haven't experienced that or been involved in anything that had been delays related to the construction cost.
Have you ever had any issues with any projects you've done in Weslaco ISD?
I have not, no. I don't believe our group has.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a board member online, Mr. Trevino. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and ask your questions?
No, I believe he's answered everything for me. I appreciate all the information, and thank you very much for presenting today.
Okay, thank you. Mr. De Los Santos?
Yes, so I'm going to ask you a question that I've asked everyone that's presented. First, I've read your statement of qualifications, very impressive. And so I just want to give you an opportunity to describe a little bit more, because what the question we've been asking is, and you touched on it, as far as the forensics, as far as what type of testing, when you do your assessment of the roof, I want to give you an opportunity to describe a little bit more, because what we're looking at is we have systems that are 20, 25, 30 years old, right? And so they've already passed their lifespan, they've failed in the past, and I know that they've been repaired, but not fully. And so there may be some underlying conditions. So I wanted to give you an opportunity, like everyone else, is to describe what kind of process, consultants, testing did you do to see if there's any other underlying conditions, such as mold, some structural damage, et cetera, so that once we lift that system to repair it, we don't see, and I know it's not 100%, but we don't see some major unforeseen costs that are really going to hike up the cost of that project and then affect us later on the line with other projects.
Well, interestingly enough, I'd have to say historically, when someone was looking at a roof replacement, unless there were specific issues that were brought up that would lead the consultant to make a recommendation that additional testing take place. For example, if it was just a roof that had to be replaced because it was old and worn out, there wouldn't be a lot of testing that would take place. But typically what we would do is we go through the legacy documents that you have, and when I say legacy, the ones that are in your archives that described how the building was designed and constructed, so that we understand the systems, and not only the roof system, but the other systems, as you mentioned, the structure, the other finishes, how it interfaces with the mechanical systems. We would look at that. We would understand how it was built. We would do visual observations. We'd go out and we would look at just about every square inch of the roof and the adjacent structure and wall surfaces. We would recommend, if we saw an issue, that perhaps additional destructive testing take place, because those are things that you don't know when you start out until you start to observe them. And so having an idea of what the cost of that is, just being given a project, impossible. It's asking somebody to understand things that they have no knowledge of. But the process would include perhaps additional testing where we remove portions of the wall to find out if it was in fact built like it suggested it was from the drawings, because we often find that's not the case. Infrared testing can be helpful, but I don't want to oversell any of that. Usually you do not need water testing, you do not need infrared testing, because your problem is either generally visually apparent, or that type of testing is not always the best way to explain or even find out what the problem is. Sometimes it is just a waste of money. And we would tell you that. We'd say, no, yeah, it would be great to have an infrared scan, but it's really not going to tell you anything, because the materials you're using are not going to be soaking the water up in the way that we need to have it soak it up, so that we have a thermal variance between the two, so we can make that determination. Instead, we can do some cores, we can use a moisture meter, and we can find things out. Visual observations are paramount. And usually when we see staff, particularly those who have knowledge of it over a number of years, are going to look at the situation and say, yeah, it's been leaking here for years. Well, we may not be able to see it. It may be hidden by this tile, but that's our opportunity where we have to say, hey, we're going to have to come in, take a look at it, and suddenly we may find out that you have 20% of your metal deck that's in bad shape. Now, it's going to be very difficult to make a determination without taking all of that ceiling off and you having the expense of taking it off, putting it back on, keeping it in service. we have to make professional judgments as to how much of that deck may be bad. And that's included then in the bid documents with allowances. Once the roof is removed and that deck can physically be seen and looked at, then those allowances are used to pay for the replacement or the overlay of that deck. I have to say, a lot of what we do is based on our experience and understanding what we need to do that leads us to giving you a recommendation for testing that may be necessary, or including allowances that may be necessary, or even looking at mechanical equipment and telling you, when we re-roof this building, that mechanical equipment's going to fall apart because we got to pick it up so that we can put the new roof down. So we try. Are we perfect? No, we're not. But we try very, very hard to identify all of these things that we are able to evaluate and determine so that they're in the bid documents. Because we want to make sure that you have an understanding of what the cost is and that you have enough money. And I have to say, historically, we have had an excellent track record where our projects, when they're bid, are often bid higher than the final cost of the job because we've included the appropriate contingencies for use based on what we have that, when unused, remains the funds of the district.
I had a follow-up question to that now.
Okay.
And you kind of touched on that as well. Oh, go ahead, sir.
So you may want to explain what the coring is because.
Well, they explained to that as in previous presentations on the coring and the samplings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, but I'm glad you brought that up. But one of the things I was going to ask you as well too was, you just touched on it, is that we have some campuses that need both. They need a roof replacement, and then they also need HVAC upgrades. And throughout the course of these discussions, somebody had mentioned as well too that the units may change, so that means that the platforms that they sit on may change, so that affects the structure as well too on the ceiling.
Yes.
So how does that coincide when you have a campus that needs both, that needs a new roof and a new AC system, which won't maybe have the same models? What is the expert opinion? Should we do the roof and then come back and do the HVAC, which may then change? Of course, it's going to affect the installation. Mm-hmm. So, in a situation like that, that campus needs both. What would be the professional opinion?
Boy, that's a tough one because you can damage a roof and cause problems with the ongoing operations during that mechanical system replacement.
Right.
So you really have to make the call based on what the condition of that roof is and what the condition of the equipment is. Mm-hmm. I would have to say that typically you will spend less money if you do the mechanical work first. Mm-hmm. Because what that will do, and plan for it. Mm-hmm. I didn't tell you this before, but we've done 600 unit replacements for other school districts where what we did, we had a system by which we went and determined all of the things that would be necessary in the replacement of that unit so that when it was re-roofed, the money wouldn't have to be spent again. Right. And that included, should that unit be raised because the slope of that roof coming to it, when we re-roofed it, would raise the roof so high that we would have to raise that unit again after we already took that unit off.
Right.
So we perform those types of evaluations for the districts on a regular basis. So we were able to determine that, save them the money so that when they actually did the roofing, they didn't have to redo the curbs, lift the units, make sure that they were tied down properly according to windstorm requirements, and they simply roofed up to it, flashed it off, and went on their way. If you can do that, if you can do the mechanical first, you will save that. You will also save trying to protect a brand new roof.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I wanted to discuss.
I mean, it just, that is the way to go. Now, we're stuck though right now in a project in a local municipality on the border where that couldn't take place. They can't get mechanical equipment and they desperately need a roof. So they're actually going to be re-roofing and then coming in and doing the mechanical replacements. But unfortunately, what's going to happen is they're going to have to remove those units, protect the roof, remove curbs to make different sized openings, re-repair the roof. So again, yes, if you can do the mechanical, that would always be advisable if you can.
In that municipality, we put in the bid documents that that situation was going to happen.
Okay.
And the roofing contractor was going to be on call for that, for those situations. One thing I wanted to add to Mike was, when we did that, we would coordinate with the structural engineer and with the mechanical engineer for those replacements. So we're basically the architects, so we understand all the.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Well, and to say this, if we were to have under our contract, say, a mechanical replacement project, while we do not have the mechanical engineers on staff, we have relationships and we would have the mechanical engineer be our consultant, that we could do the entire project and coordinate it if that's how the district would like to proceed. Just as a regular full-service design architect would do it. We do work the same way. We do have structural engineers and staff, but again, we don't have mechanical and staff.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The last question, I'll have the last question, and I'm looking here that it says that you have consulting services for architects as part of the design team. And my question has been more on design with the other architects. They brought in pictures of their buildings and very beautiful, and they talked about, how they discuss with stakeholders. So my question to you is, I'm a little confused. Do you do the designing, or you consult with somebody to do the designing, or how does that work?
Oh, well, for example, when we're working with the other architects and we're part of their design team, we are their consultant and we support their design. For example, they may have requirements for how they want the facade of the building to look. It's quite complicated, that done in the wrong way would have a bad sequence, could cost a lot of money, be problematic over time. So as architects, we're sympathetic to them being able to achieve what they want. So we help detail. We help on the very small level, help them achieve their designs by giving them the detailing that they need to achieve it.
Okay.
Which otherwise could be problematic. So again, because we're looking at things from a real micro level as a building envelope, where the architect is working with their consultants, they're looking at the overall aesthetics. We're taking their clues, we're listening to what they want to design, and we're helping them achieve it and do it in a way that's cost effective and keeps the building dry.
Okay, so in my brain, this is if we would pick you, you would have your architects. If we pick an architect, they'll consult with you either way.
Let me recap what Mike said. Let's say there are two basic scenarios. If you have an existing building that has problems with roofing or exterior walls, anything on the exterior of the building, we would act like a primary consultant directly with the school district. If you're planning to make additions or new campuses on other buildings, on new buildings, not existing but new, then we typically would work as consultants to the architects that you pick.
I see.
We can do that, yes.
I see. Okay.
And we can help coordinate the architecture, mechanical, and structural, because oftentimes, for example, decisions in structural, is the deck going to be flat or sloped? That has a lot of cost in the roofing. So we can do our input in that, within that team, within that architectural team.
Okay. Sounds good. If there are no further questions, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time. I appreciate your preparation for the presentation, and you have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was so confused about that. I'm like, wait, do they get somebody to design?
So, and I'll ask you, Doctor, so these 4 roofing projects, none of them need any mechanical upgrades, HVAC?
Marco?
That's always been my concern, is that I know in the previous administration, when we were discussing moving forward to construction, my concern was that if we're gonna go fix a roof, and we gotta do ACs, well, let's knock out the ACs and we do the roof. Like, that way you're done. That school is done for 25 years. You don't have to worry about it. Rather than coming back, because the mechanical subcontractors may not be so careful with, after the roof system's put in, and cause damage or changes or modifications that then affect its effectiveness. So these 4 roofing systems that you're listing, do they have mechanical upgrade needs too on the HVAC? I mean, is that a situation or no? We're not going to be messing with that.
The ones we're listing, Big Arsa, for sure.
So Big Arsa would be one that would need mechanical upgrades.
Yes.
So my question is, like, listening to the experts, right? And I think that's kind of, well, if you have the background, right, when you do, of course, too, because you don't want to put in a roof system and then come back and then have to make the mechanical upgrade changes. So with that, how are we going to work that out? Because that was only my worry. Because I didn't want to cause damage to a new roof.
Yes, and we've done it both ways. And so in this case, we don't have that many units up on the roof at Big Arsa. Most of them are in mechanical rooms down within the campus. And so what we do is we already have an assessment or an idea of the replacement unit. We're not saying that we've selected it, but we do have the footprint and we do have the size of unit that's coming in. Typically on rooftops.
But the model and specifications aren't going to be different from the one that's up. They're going to be the same then. So you won't have to make any modifications.
The same in the sense that it's going to fit over the same penetration. Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So typically we come in with a roof curb adapter, and that adapter adapts to the new unit that comes in. Okay. But the penetration remains the same. Correct. Okay. So at that point, the only assessment that has to be done is how much is the roof going to increase in the height as far as the layers that have to be put on there, insulation and whatnot. And so that's what determines how high that roof curb is going to end up being, whether it's 14 inches or less or more. But it's nothing major because, like I said, we don't change the penetration when we replace HVAC units.
And the penetration and where it's mounted and whatnot, that structural piece, all that is fine. It's been assessed in the past.
So the structural is separate and apart from the roofing.
Right.
That can come in later when we replace the unit.
Okay.
Yeah. So the mechanical engineer would come in, the mechanical being the primary, and assess or have a structural engineer assess the current structure to make sure that it takes the new unit. Right. Okay.
Piggybacking off of what Mark was asking, I give him my vote, by the way, because he knows way more about the stuff than I do.
Start working.
On the HVAC, how many HVACs are we planning to replace throughout this process? Is it like a significant number, or is it?
It is quite significant because this is what we've been trying to do under ESSER.
So are we going to, as far as the HVACs, because that's kind of specialized, right? Are we going to utilize the same bid method to select a contractor for that, or are we gonna think about other bid methods? Because I know there's some companies out there that do HVAC installations who specialize in that, but it's easier for them to do kind of design build as opposed to CSP. Are we considering that, or are we just?
And so we are going to have that workshop tomorrow, and considering that, since the board has already approved the closed field bid method of construction proposals, then at this point the board would have to rescind that agenda item for whatever project the board so chooses.
Well, what's your take on that as far as the HVACs? We're good with moving forward with competitive seal proposals, or should we be open to other methods just specifically with the HVAC projects?
Yeah. So the recommendation is the competitive seal bid proposals, okay. And only because they allow and provide for more competition and better control of the design project. Where us as the owner, we hire the engineer separately from the contractor, and as opposed to a design build where the engineer and the contractor are the same firm, if you will. There's less competition there, less firms doing that type of work.
Okay.
Now, going back to what you just said, piggybacking off Dr. Castillo, Trustee Castillo, like, I'm going back to that again. When we're bidding these out or putting these out for contract, I mean, like I said, volume is king, right, in construction. So you package it together, you put it out there, you're going to have companies that are going to bid. They're going to bid whatever they can, you know. But like I said, so is that something we're looking at, or are you going to break it up into phases? And if we break it up into phases, only because of the market the way it is right now and the timeline, we're out of that COVID phase, right? So that's gone. Yeah, I understand on the commercial sector, which is a totally different animal, okay? But it just seems that the bulking everything together would give you the leverage on pricing, right? Because then these companies are going to say, okay, I want it, and I want it all. And at the end of the day, the taxpayers are going to save. It's just the way it is. It even works for any constructor, even residential contractors. You know, one that has higher volume gets better pricing, right, from companies because they want to keep their business. Same thing goes when you got contractors out there talking to their vendors and saying, hey, I got a job for 2 campuses or I got a job for 9. They're going to get a totally different price, right, from their sources, from their resources. So what is the district or maintenance department's opinion or plan or suggestion when we start moving forward? Is that something that's going to be looked at? I don't want you to give me an answer now, but is that on the table?
Well, and we have considered it, and we understand that that's where, for example, the architects, that's where they make their money. Any project that an architect works on that's under $500,000, they're going to have to increase their fee to make it worth their while. Otherwise, they end up losing money themselves.
Right. And the higher it is, the lower the percentage they charge.
And to make sure there's interest in the projects as well. However, and you'll see tomorrow during the workshop that we've got quite a number of projects now that are going to be made up through the engineering side.
Yeah, well, like the HVAC, I would imagine, right?
Yes, a lot of it from the HVAC and other projects where we're looking at about $40 million worth of construction right now.
Right.
These 4 categories through the architecture, and then we have another 6 or so categories through the engineering. So tomorrow you'll see more of the work. So we're trying to phase it and trying to touch every category so that each department or each, not department, but campus and program that is involved in the bond and has projects approved, we're able to get to them as soon as possible too.
I just have one comment on the HVAC. So again, there's firms that prefer the design build, but I would like if the administration would reach out and make sure that they're encouraged to bid our way as well, just so we have the most amount of choice, especially if it's that large of a number of construction. We don't want, on the other way too, we don't want to limit or
reduce the competitiveness.
Yeah, reduce the competitiveness because they don't. Thank you, Mark.
And let me just say that there is a place for design build. So, for example, when we do electronic systems, scoreboards, billboards, and so forth, even the architects or engineers will tell you just go design build because we don't specialize in these type of electronics. So we much rather go to somebody who specializes in this and manufactures these electronics, and then we do a design build through them, through their company.
Well, I'll just tell you in my experience as a lawyer in doing these contracts is how I know E3. I mean, they specialize in HVAC, right? But they like to do design build for whatever reason. Correct. And so I just don't want companies like that to be left out of our process because they're good, and they're competent at what they do. So that's just my concern.
And as a courtesy to them, and you touched on them before, I believe. Trustee Castillo, we've invited them for tomorrow for them to present. However, if the board wants to consider E3, you would have to rescind the method of construction that was approved in December.
Well, based on the way that we're doing it, they'd have to submit as a contractor, right?
They can.
Yeah.
They can.
Not as an engineer.
After the design, right, under CSP, correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Are you ready for the next group?
Mr. Marigo, one last question.
Yes.
We're doing 4 roofs, right? Collector Hill, Rico, B. Garza, and then
The building envelope.
Okay. Now, let's just make sure, and it was kind of discussed, that when you do the roof of these on the air conditioning, you just do it one, B. Garza, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we have to be careful that as you do the roof and the air conditioning, that we do it in a way where when it's finished, we're not going to have one interfere with the other.
Correct.
So we got to be careful with B. Garza, with the roof and the HVAC as we go through the process.
Right,
and that's the reason too. Dr. Rivera hit on it right there. Is just accountability.
Yes.
When we go back and we go to B. Garza, and let's just say worst case scenario, right? Because that's what we always have to plan for, and we have zero room for error in this process. Is that when we do the roof in B. Garza, and then that contractor comes in, then installs the HVACs, right, the mechanical up there, and later on we have a roof failure. It's like, well, I installed the roof properly, it was working fine. They came in and they caused A, B, C damage, so I'm no longer accountable, and I no longer have a warranty. So that's kind of where I'm looking at trying to prevent. So once we put that roofing system up there, we know that roofing system is 20 years, 25 years, et cetera, whatever it may be. As far as the lifespan, and then a couple years down the line, it's like, okay, 5 years later, we got to change the HVAC. Okay, well, now we're kind of compromising. So that's all I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah, and that specifically is covered under the construction process. So every contractor, before they start an HVAC project up on a roof, they'll ask us, who's the manufacturer or the installer of this roof. We need to contact them for warranty and so forth. So they reach out to them, and the contractor hires them, or will get a bid from them to make sure that if there's any roofing work or patch-up or whatever they need to do, repairs after they do their work, their mechanical work, then that's included in the bid for the contractor.
Okay.
So that's part of the process also.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll try it in
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
to see if HVAC goes first, or the roof and then HVAC. We'll figure it out.
Yes.
One last comment. Once we do replace all these roofs, and I don't know if we already do it or not, so forgive me if it's already being done, but we need to come up with some type of maintenance plan to ensure that we get the full life of these roofs. I know, like PSJ, for example, they have a real good replacement plan schedule. They're always doing construction. And it's all just replacing roofs and HVAC and whatnot. So yeah, we could kind of get in, once we spend all this money on putting in new stuff, if we could come up with some type of plan to ensure that we get the most out of our money.
Yeah, so one of the things we're doing, we're tracking the installation, original installation, and the life of the roof that has been installed. And so we kind of gauge it, and the roof, the products will tell us. When they're getting close to their lifespan, then we'll see a lot more problems. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you. So the next presenter is Rofa Raikagden Figueroa Architects.
Thank you, sir.
They're doing it right now. But we could stay with them or pick somebody. What do you think? Okay. Because they're already doing it.
Okay. And they're doing a good job.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I guess you guys are tired. Well, we'll
We've
make
had-
it short.
we'll have-
Our presentation is probably a short one, so we don't want to take too much of your time. We first of all want to thank you for just giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
To be here. We're glad to be here. It's good to be here. We've done work with you before, so. Thank you. We're not on board with too much.
No, that's okay. We're going to give you some time. We've had a couple of questions before you walked in here. We started late because we have having some technical difficulties with our computers.
Yes.
But we're going to give you, as we've been giving everybody else, 5 minutes for a presentation.
Sure.
After the 5 minutes, everybody has a chance to ask questions. That's taking a little bit longer, is the question part. But Dr. Rodriguez over here in the corner will give you the time at the 4-minute mark, so you know you have 1 minute left. And then after that, we'll ask the questions. So whenever you're ready, let us know, and he'll begin.
Great. Thank you very much again. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity, and we're glad to be here. Here's my partner, Cesar Roque. He's been with us for 16 years, so thank you very much. So let me get real quickly here to my, so this is the company, Raikagden Figueroa Alex, better known as ROFA Architects. And our main partners are Luis Figueroa, Mike Alex, Humberto Rodriguez, and Cesar. We're the latest of the partners. I'm going to basically jump in there. We've been around for 75 years, and we've been in the company for several years now. So the firm that we have, we've done basically work through all the school districts in the valley. One that we are just recently finished, or kind of finishing still, is this CTE project there in Edinburgh. It's a 100,000 square feet building. It was a pre-engineered metal building, basically just a warehouse, and we turned that into a career and technology building with 15 different programs, and it included everything to do with re-roofing, building envelope, air conditioning, security, remodeling, et cetera, et cetera. So that building had just about everything that you want to have and everything that's included on your phase one. The other school that we got, which, by the way, we were proud that we got the Merit Award for AIA local chapter. It's in addition to Treasure Hills Elementary School in Harlingen, phase one and phase two, very nice projects.
We've also done work for Vanguard Academy, a secondary school, brand-new school, classroom wings, administration, gymnasiums. Brad Childhood Campus also. And one that's still working on, we're still working on Sam Stadium, also restroom additions and those kind of upgrades that we're doing there. So that's pretty much it. Cesar, do you want to add anything?
No, I think probably the biggest thing, and the thing that we're most proud of is that, excuse me, my throat is a little bad. We've been around for 75 years. Rygal can start first as Zeb Reich back in 1947. Since then has grown to Reich Ogden Figueroa, and then Reich Ogden Figueroa Alex. We are the latest, I am the latest partner in the firm. I think Humberto's been a partner for probably about 10 years now. And we're from the Valley. We don't have any of the offices anywhere else. All we concentrate on is Valley work. So community to us is very important. We've done several different types of work, renovations, new constructions, governmental buildings. We've, in the 75 years of experience, we've pretty much done it also. Other than that, I think we'll open it up for questions for anybody.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with Mr. De Los Santos now.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, there's 3 categories that you're available for. So I'm going to ask you those 2 sets of questions in each of those categories. I'm going to start off first with the roofing and building envelope category. And so I asked this question to everybody else, and to offer you more time to kind of detail a little bit more as to, these are pre-existing buildings. We have roof systems that are 25, 30 years old, et cetera, that we're looking at to replace. And so what kind of testing do you do, that leads you to an assessment? What kind of testing or forensics do you do to see, like other than visual, like the condition of the roof, who do you communicate with, et cetera, when you're looking at the roof system? Because what we're trying to do is, even though we know we can't, you're never 100%, is to minimize unforeseen conditions that are going to dramatically raise the cost of the project. And after the fact. Right. So if we can kind of identify those prior to and embed them in there, so that way at least we can budget and project our future plans.
Right. So let me start off, and then
and it's not time.
Take it over. But one of the things that we've found very useful for school districts is and it's very in the initial systems. In the initial parts of the project is really looking at warranties. There's a lot of school districts have a lot of roofs. A lot of them have a 25-year warranty, and a lot of them don't make it to the 25, and there's got to be reasons for that. So that's the first thing that we try to look at. Is the roof still under applicable warranty? I think after that we start looking as to the type of roof, the condition that the roof is in. There's several factors that go into play. There's code issues that come up that may require for a completely different system of roof to put in. Specifically talking about the energy conservation. Take over. Energy conservation.
Yeah, so basically what we're doing is basically doing an assessment of the existing conditions that may be there, by going through that process. Going in there and doing cores to the roof to find out what the make of that product is. We need to also find out if it's a metal deck, that it's not corroded, or if it is corroded, then we can make an allowances for those type of things, and we can create, during the bidding process, we create a basic per se unit price that would be, if you find deteriorated deck, it would cost you that much, so it'll be upfront. Okay. Additionally to that, I'm not ashamed to say that we can also get a roofing consultant. These roofing consultants are dedicate themselves to do the building science of that, okay? And they go into much more detail that we would do as an architect. Not that we don't know it, we do it, we've done it, but just to make sure that your project gets done the correct way, Not that we don't do it, but we just want to have, it's an oversight to make sure that we get it done the way you want it to.
Thank you, sir. The second question I have goes into the restroom improvements and the redesign and the vestibules for the campuses, because each campus has a different layout and design plan. So in that one, I asked them, as far as if you can give me a little bit more detail into the project team, when you all get together with the administration or the departments or the campus principals and teachers, et cetera, all those different groups that partake in that project team, depending on the project itself. Can you describe as to what is your meetings, your communication, et cetera? Because typically you see that sometimes when there's items that are not identified or discussed and overlooked that later on come up as change orders and then, of course, increase costs. So I'm just curious if you can just provide a little bit of detail on that.
So the first thing we want to do is, I'm sure that the district already has a program of what the project's entitled and what the scope of the work is. So we start there. Right. Let's start there. Let's look at these restrooms. Let's find out if they're already meeting code. If you have an increase in student population, the plumbing count changes. So you might have to have additional toilets elsewhere. The second thing that we do is we look at if they meet ADA, American Disabilities Act. And we go in there and make sure that we have to make sure that all the clearances are there, that all the toilet grab bars and all that is in place according to the TEA standards. So going through that process and going through the school district's personnel and the district needs, we can basically sit down and give you a scope of the service. We create basically a schematic program with a cost analysis of what that would be before we go out for bids, so we can give you an idea to see if we're within that budgetary number that you're looking for.
Right.
And I'd
Thank
like
you so
to
much.
add to that too.
Yes, sir.
I'm personally a registered accessibility specialist.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to do any of our own projects, but I do look at other architects and other, not only here in the valley, but out of the valley for handicap accessibility compliance.
Okay.
So that's a big plus in our end, because I look, even though I can't do the review on it, I look at it for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the detail.
Thank you. We have a board member online, Mr. Trevino. Can you hear us? And if you can, do you want to go ahead and ask your questions? Can you, hold on, Mr. Trevino. Can you go ahead and start again? Hold on, Mr. Trevino.
Just a second, we're having a mic issue.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Trevino.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start over. I've asked this question to most of the presentation presenters. My question is, how involved are you from the beginning of the project to the finish, especially the completion of the project? I think it's the most important. I think everybody starts with a lot of fire, and there towards the end, everybody's just trying to get things completed. But I want to know what we're going to do to hold the contractors accountable to making sure that whatever task is being asked or you're hired for or that is completed to the best quality completion possible. What are you going to do for us as far as making sure that happens?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. And the reason that I'm glad you asked it is because it allows me to explain a little bit about our partnership within the firm. We have two senior partners, which are Mike Alex and Luis Figueroa, who unfortunately couldn't be here today for other reasons. But the way our office works is that they oversee all the projects. Humberto's, I guess you could say, expertise or main thing is construction documents, making sure all the documents and the drawings and the specifications and the schedules and the requirements of the program requirements are met. And then my specialty within the firm is construction administration. So it's more of a baton handoff, but not completely, because we're always talking to each other. We're always asking questions to each other. Hey, what did you mean with this, and things like that. So in my expertise, I've been with Rykoff and Figueroa Alex for about, as we mentioned, 15, 16 years, and that's all I've done, construction administration. And I've always held the contractors' feet to the fire when it comes to making sure that the owner gets exactly what they paid for. That's one of my big things that I tell, my speeches, I would say, that I tell every contractor when they bid, and that they're going to be held accountable. If it's wrong, I don't have a problem in telling them, tear it down and do it again, because it's not correct. So, the workflow of the project kind of flows through our firm, but at the same time, we're all interconnected. All the partners are interconnected to talk to each other and know what's going on with the project at all points in the project. If you wouldn't be able to get a hold of me, you could get a hold of Humberto, or you can get a hold of Luis, and they know exactly what's going on with the project as well as I am.
Additionally, Mr. Trevino, what we also do at the beginning of the project, we create a project schedule for you. So when does the programming start? When does the schematic design, the design development, construction documents, the bidding, and then the delivery method. The delivery method is by which you choose how do you want to select this contractor. Because nowadays there is a lot of contractors out there. Okay, and so when you go to a specific process of delivery method, you can rank them, you can sit down with them, and you all will have the opportunity to actually sit down and say, is he qualified enough to do this job? It's a demanding job, and you all expect the job to be done. Especially now, we've seen this price increases. We've seen that the delivery time to do these projects, they tell you the deadline's today, and by the time you know it, 6 months later, and you're still waiting. It's currently happening, okay? But we are doing our due diligence to make sure that we stay on top of that, and that we have the contractor give you regularly scheduled meetings to make sure that they are giving you what they need to, and backup letters from manufacturers saying, look, we have a air conditioning unit or a roofing material that's been delayed because of whatever's going on with the industry right now. So that's what we do.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Trevino?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm sitting here looking at the YouTube and there's a delay, so I'm hearing you, I'm seeing you speak, but there's a delay here. But thank you for your response, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Castillo?
Yes, good evening. Has your firm ever been involved in litigation with respect to any kind of construction defect claim?
Yes, we have. Yes.
And yes, we have. And it's a little bit more of a complex question because a lot of firms have been. I think there was a time when there was a lot of litigation going on for things that weren't really a litigation issue. So I think those times brought in a lot of the firms from the Valley. We haven't been in litigation, in years?
Yes.
I think to answer that question a little bit more correctly. But I think every firm in the Valley has pretty much gone through some kind of litigation.
Yeah, no, I'm specifically asking with respect to construction defect cases, not any kind of contractual disputes or whatnot.
Well, let me just say that what I remember from several years back, they call them construction defects, but at the end of the day, they get all settled out of court because they couldn't really find something wrong with it. It's a matter of these lawyers coming in, trying to sell to the district.
Hey, be careful, I'm a lawyer.
So I'm just answering your question. Okay?
Transparency, we appreciate it.
They're always saying that that's what they do,
Yeah.
and they're good at it. And so at the end of the day, they find a little leak over there, so that's it. The building's bad. It's a construction defect. Well, it turned out to be that it wasn't that. It turned out to be that it's a maintenance issue, right? So that's why we have to, when I initially said, yes, we have, but, thank you for clarifying that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My next question is, have you been involved in a project, or your firm been involved in a project that has incurred significant delays or has required a significant change order?
I'll go with the delays first. We have been, the last couple of years have been really hard because of COVID. It delayed a lot of the manufacturing process. We're still seeing some of it. I think it's catching up. What we call lead times, which is when you order it to when you actually receive the material, those lead times have actually decreased a little bit. I think right now, one of the things Humberto mentioned is AEP has issues with transformers, electrical transformers. There's HVAC units that have a long lead time, but we're decreasing those. We're also trying to work with the contractor so if we know of materials early on in the project that are going to have a long lead time, that those materials get ordered even before there's a groundbreaking or anything, so we can anticipate for that. We have worked with on some projects that have had a big change order. A lot of those change orders are owner requested.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that every project that we work on has a change order. And that's basically because at the end of the project, we close the project with a change order that actually gives money back to the school district. So a lot of times in a lot of our projects, the project doesn't use up all the money that we have in either an allowance or we get credit or things like that. So we have to issue, at the end of the project, in order to close the project, we issue a change order that actually saves the district money on their contract.
Okay.
Have you ever done work with Weslaco ISD before?
Yes, we have. Yeah.
What projects?
So right now, the last project we worked on, there were 3 projects: the CT building, the welding shop, and a little storage facility for your swimming pool area. Natatorial, yes. And then prior to that, many years back, I can't recollect the time, we did Beatriz Middle School. That was a classroom at middle school with classrooms. And then subsequent to several years back, we came back and did the additions in there that felt like a glove, so it turned out really nice. And so, yeah, that's probably the only one I can remember.
Yeah, I mean,
there might have been some others that I can't recall.
Any issues with those projects that you're aware of?
No, sir, not that I know of. Mr. Medical called me one day, a couple of days ago, and says, "Hey, Humberto, it's 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Is there a problem?" No, it's not a problem. It just wanted to let you know about the interview. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, no.
Thank you.
Not yet, thank you.
Trustee Cuella, any questions?
No.
Mr. De Los Santos has a similar question, so you answered his. And Dr. Rodriguez, any questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay. My only question, because I'm trying to clarify my head around this, as you know, we have some people here who are roofing and building envelope, and then we have you guys as a general construction architects.
Yes.
Can you explain what the difference is and maybe pros and cons as to?
And I'm glad you brought it up because I was trying to kind of make an excuse, right, for architects hiring a roofing consultant. The roofing consultant and envelope consultant go into much more detail. It's almost like a chemistry, right? They know the type of roofing system that it's made out of. Architects, we know a lot about everything, but not enough about one thing. I'm not ashamed to tell you that, We don't know it all. We have specialty consultants, from all the way to mechanical engineering to even vestibules, secure vestibules where you have these electrical devices that you have to use and card readers and all that. So we hire the right people to make sure that you get it. And the main difference is that they specialize in items such as, flashing materials, roofing materials that we know about, but they get more into more detail. and they go and make sure that all your edging that goes around the roofs, around the walls, and everything is there. And it's an extra pair of eyes when the construction's being done. When the paperwork's being reviewed, the submittals are being reviewed, they do this day and night. So they know what type of roofing system should be. Not that we can't do it, we can, but we really are, the industry is going that way now.
Yeah.
So most architects now are actually getting a sub-consultant, which is an additional cost to the owner, but that safeguards you to make sure that you get the best product.
Is that included in your fee?
Typically, it's not. Typically, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to expand on a couple of things. Number one is the comment that he made. The industry is moving that way. There's a lot of, architecture and construction have become such great, I guess you could say, industries that people are finding niches. You know, there's building envelope architects, there's roofing architects, there's architects that do nothing but specifications. We've hired those too. So as an architect, as a prime architect, you're in charge of the entire scope of the work, but you do get consultants to help you in some of that work. Now, just like you would get a fine arts consultant for theater arts, or an acoustical consultant for theater arts, you know, you get different people have different niches that they end up going to. So the industry is moving that way. As far as basic services, the AIA really has only the structural and the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing as part of an architect's basic services under their fee. Anything else, and this is really with any contract, anything else would be as an addition, whether it be as a reimbursement, or whether whether you'd want to include it as part of the fee. You know, those are things that can happen. Obviously, you know, we're not going to discuss fees.
Right.
But it's all up to the school district. It's all up to the owner and the contracts. But yes, so I hope I clarified that.
Yes, you did. Yes,
And we'll be transparent to that.
Yeah.
You know, we'll show you the numbers, we'll show you the percentages and everything, and it could be all part of the same package. That way you don't have to go out to get another subcontract to do that particular item. It could go through us, and we can show you that.
Sounds good.
Great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Roque.
Thank you.
I think we have no further questions, so appreciate your time and your preparation. Have a good evening.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
So, Doctor, I mean, obviously, we don't have fees, but let's say an architect, they would add their fee later, right? And these guys, they already have the fee of the, but does it kind of amount to the same thing? Because they're gonna charge us for them, and they're gonna charge us for them. Is it the same?
These guys don't have to hire a consultant because they already have it on staff. So whatever fee they give us, like 6%, the other guys, like the one over here, might be higher because you can hire another consultant on the outside. So this is why.
Yeah.
This is why there's two consultants. We just
Amtech. And what I'm thinking, let's say this, I'm just gonna say, Janak, let's say they charge us, it's just a number, 10,000, but these guys charge us 50, you know, because we don't know numbers. Well, yeah, they're gonna add a certain percentage to get them, let's say they add, it comes out to 50. How do we don't know, right? Because we don't, because we don't know.
Once we get the contract, what percent they're gonna charge it to the roof.
Okay.
We can negotiate.
Okay.
Because they gave us a figure, once the board hires them, they give us a figure, we can negotiate.
So that's-
And if we don't like it, we go to the next one.
Okay,
And see, that's the question I had too. I mean, I guess we can discuss, we bring the next one in.
yeah, before we bring them in.
Was the fees, because I know that the percentage range goes from one scale from one end to the next, right? I'm not gonna say the number out loud, but we have a decision at that time, once we make our selections, or it's brought, each project is brought to the board, and they come back and say, well, this is my fee, this is my percentage fee. At that time, we still have.
We can negotiate.
We can negotiate.
Yeah, because I was asking Dr. Rivera, is it kind of the same thing if we pick somebody and then they give us a huge fee compared to this guy who charges us all this, but, you know?
And the way I understand, the way I understand the law.
Rate on project
Yes.
costs.
So the way I understand the law is that we cannot use the fee to
Right.
compare and select, but we can, if we don't agree with the fee of the first ranked firm, then we can go to the second.
Okay.
But we have to notify that firm in writing that we're no longer.
And negotiate the fee.
But there's no way to even know, right? Because we can't compare them to anybody. We can't have access to fees until we have a contract with them.
Correct. So typically, we just ask them, is there best and final, what can you do? You know, try to do something with it. But we
There's
cannot
an
use.
average, like in the market, there's an average. for school
6%
districts.
for architects.
Right, 6%, that's the average, right? So-
For the big projects.
Right, for the big projects. And then smaller projects, of course, because they have to charge more, because now it's not worth their time and effort, you know, because they won't see any compensation. It's comparable to the amount of expense that they're spending on staffing and
Yes.
results. So I understand all that. But that's why kind of I'm saying, like, you know, we all have big projects coming up, so that, I just wanted to clarify that. I heard Mr. Stipe.
I'm just thinking like Robert Kistner, you know, it seems like a really big company, very busy. What if they charge us like 100,000? I'm just, you know, throwing out numbers. And let's say an architect who's a lot smaller, that charges us 50,000, but yet they're going to consult with Robert Kistner. And what if the fee is less? Like, how do we figure out how we can save? Who to?
So we have to approve the contract, the board, the AIA contract, they go we rent.
Right.
Correct.
And then they go negotiate, and all that, he referenced an AIA contract, that's just their boilerplate, but we can negotiate it.
Right.
So all those additional costs, like roofing consultant, that's an
Right.
additional, but Rivera and Amerigo could say, no, we're not gonna pay for that, that's part of your fee. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yes.
Because, yeah, that's what they were saying.
Okay.
I was thinking that too, because they said, well, we got a fee, but then we can add that if we need additional, because like you had some that they are the all-around, they are the testing, the analysis, and the implementation, you know, or installation. Architectural.
The one-stop shop.
Yeah, one-stop shops versus, you know, so that's why I said we still have room to kind of look at it at the final at the end. Yeah, what they bring to the table. And I just want to be, and also transparent, so.
Yeah, and we can include that language in the agenda items so that we can have the option of negotiating with the first, and if we don't agree, then move on to the second and so forth.
I mean, they're all great companies, too. I want to put that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of good people presenting.
Exactly. I mean, yeah.
We're not even done, we still got the Warren Group.
The statement of qualifications are impressive across the board for all of them, so.
Yeah. Okay.
So
We're ready for the
Warren Group
last
is the
one, the Warren Group.
Last firm.
Yeah.
The Warren Group is just vestibules.
Yes.
They don't want roofs, they don't want nothing.
Oh, they're not on gray over here on the top for roofing. It's not grayed out.
So they're not doing roofing?
No,
Okay.
no, they're not doing roofing.
Oh, okay, because it should have been gray right here.
See, yeah.
So do we do that? Do we put gray on there for the Warren Group for roofing? Because it's not shaded out.
Do you want him to confirm?
Oh, maybe
We'll
not.
ask them right now.
We'll ask them. Good evening.
Hello, how are you?
Very fine, thank you. Thank you.
It's not fun to have your.
Okay.
Thank you.
We went alphabetical order, so sorry. The
Last name
Warren
start with a
Group.
W.
We started late with some technical issues, and, you know, we're asking questions,
It
so
always happens. And
apologize for the delay.
It's like they hit you behind the knees and, you know, it's okay.
Well, anyway, good evening, and we won't keep you here any much longer. Let me explain. We are going to have 5 minutes of presentation. Dr. Rodriguez over in the corner will give you when you're at the 4-minute mark. After the presentation, if we have questions, we'll each ask you the questions. And that's it. It's just taken long because of the question part. But whenever you're ready, let us know. He'll begin with the time.
Thank you. Out of respect for you, I'm going to read because I want to make sure I cover at least key points. So thank you.
Okay.
I'm ready. Ready, Ms. Erica? Okay.
Oh, just confirmation on what on the projects you're interested in. Are you interested in the roofing as well, or you're just interested in the vestibules?
Vestibules, roofing, and but if you do roofing, I recommend you award also the envelope because they're intricately Whoever you award that to, whether it's to us or somebody else, and I can explain that later in the question and answer.
So just those two?
So
Not the restrooms?
Not the restroom improvement.
Okay.
Okay, let me know when you're ready for timing.
Whenever
Yes?
whenever you start, I'll start the clock.
Okay, thank you, I'm ready. Well, again, good evening. My name is Laura Nasri Warren. I'm the president and founder of the Warren Group Architects, and it's really an honor to be here. With me are a few members of my team, Erica Garza, Vanessa Cameron, Riley Williams, and the one at the end is my husband, who's going to take us out to eat later today. Our team has designed over 15 million square feet of projects and counting. The Warren Group was founded in 2004 and provides award-winning services to the education, healthcare, research, federal agencies, and worldwide manufacturing entities that are expanding or establishing anywhere in the U.S. and Mexico. This year, we celebrate 20 years of award-winning services. Last year alone, we were awarded the 2023 RGB Architect of the Year and Project of the Year by the Texas Society of Professional Engineers and American Society of Civil Engineers. The Luna Awards as follows. Corpus Christi Regional Hispanic Contractor Association awarded us the Corpus Christi Architect of the Year and the 23 Corpus Christi Firm of the Year and the 23 Houston, Texas Firm of the Year. Our team currently has well over, as of today, 212 repeat customers worldwide, to include 20% of Fortune 100 companies. In this exhibit, you see some of our markets, territories, and services. And yes, you're reading well. We do South America and the United Kingdom. Here's a sample of some of our longtime customers. You see a variety of this, and what should this mean to you? And you don't see just school districts. The global experience we have in working with different trades ensures Weslaco ISD a wealth of crossover ideas and innovative solutions. By having immediate contact with technology and manufacturers gives us early insight of what is available and what is coming, while our medical, research, and public facility experience provides our clients with applicable know-how, solutions, and resources for infection disease prevention, detection, technology, and all levels of security needs. Our team is vested in the community, including the city of Weslaco and ISD. What is the key of our success? I think it lies in my understanding and how important it is to provide an environment to grow for all my team members, while providing the tools, training, continuing education, and exposure to each member of the Warren Group team needs. Our international continuing education activities, all paid by yours truly, allow our staff to embrace new and innovative ideas, understand how to design and build facilities that endure the test of time, creates greater bond between team members and brings communication to a higher level, reinforces problem solving by relying on each team member's communications and leadership strengths. We developed and strengthened the fact that technology and regulations always evolve, keeping our minds open to the possibilities and prepare for this. There's no two projects alike. Don't let these high heels fool you. All team members have presence in all stages of your project, including me. Our construction phase delivery approach is to focus on Weslaco ISD needs to ensure project delivery in time and within budget. By establishing and closely monitoring projects and construction delivery schedules, confirming cost early in the process, establish efficient methods of communications to keep all informed and involved, find solutions for multiple viewpoints. The following projects, only two because of time, are examples of our culture of solution-based services that are tailored to meet the specific needs of each of your clients. No two projects are alike again. The City of Farnatorium, this award-winning project is 72,800 square feet, state-of-the-art facility to meet all Olympic certification requirements known as FINA, NCAA, and of course UIL. This facility is provided a 15-meter competition pool, 25-yard diving pool, both provided with latest touchpad technology, full digital displays, action video large screens, has a 1,000-seater capacity. And I'm mentioning this because there's nothing like that alike here in the Valley, nor in Texas. It's considered one of the best in the nation. The Warren Group serves as the architect for the $27 million expansions and renovation for the McAllen Miller International Airport.
1 minute, ma'am.
1 minute. All right, let me go to the end then. For the school festival renovation projects, our team will evaluate other areas of possible risk and will work with your approved security systems providers to develop a plan with multiple options for remote locks, door alarms, access control, ID cards, face recognition, biometric surveillance and cameras, and communication systems. assist you with identifying best solution approach for the application of the latest security technology based on your budget and priorities. Provide efficient security and flow while keeping and enhancing school spirit. You don't want to go into a place that looks like a jail. Identify and provide areas of monitoring to provide tools that will enhance the health and prevent spread of infectious diseases, and provide flexible design that allows you to grow, continue operations, and safety. For your building improvements and for your roofing, we will evaluate existing conditions and the structures that support them, evaluate areas of special concern, identify areas that need to be prioritized. We will identify best practices for phasing approach that will allow to continue school operations. There you go.
Thank you.
Gonzalez, but, okay.
I think we got the gist of it all. Okay, so we'll begin questions, and we'll start over here with Dr. Rodriguez.
I have none.
Good evening.
Good evening.
No questions.
questions.
Okay. Coach Cuellar, any questions?
Mr. Los Santos will address, well, what I've been asking, and he'll kind of do the same and maybe expand on it, was when you're working with roofing projects and
Yes.
or the envelopes.
Yes, and I
general,
have and currently are.
When you look at the existing problem, before you do anything, are you going to evaluate and assess what other problems may exist before you do anything else and put cards on the table? This is what you have, this is what needs to be addressed, and
Prioritize.
yes.
And this is why it's so important in showing you that I've done airports and I mentioned that I do healthcare. No airport and no hospital can shut down, you know, and there's none. So it's inherited nature for us. And you have what sometimes we call visual conditions and sometimes what lies underneath. And thus we have to look at what is supporting it. And it depends on the type of roof. If you have a built-up roof, sometimes your leak shows here and the origin of the problem is over there, right? So I will involve roofer. Right now I'm working with Tadco Roofing and evaluating some existing buildings. And, but we can work with anybody. We're open to suggestions against every building. Even if you build twin plants, they're different. And they react differently to movement and lateral forces. All the buildings move. So yeah, we take a look at that. We look at your budgets and then see what conditions you have and then help you prioritize. And by that, I mean, let's find the areas that I think have imminent issues, the one that if you have a lot of water penetrations, have already immediate problems and impacts into your structure because you get a lot of corrosion. And we dealt with that when we did the facility for Tropical Behavioral Texas. They purchased a very inexpensive or affordable facility in Brownsville. And when we removed the roofing, we were doing the inspections, part of the south side structure was about to have structural failure. So I had to be very brave and be able to come and present to you, this is the truth, the pretty, and the awful truth, you know, and then help you analyze things, you know, and try to see what we can do, when we can do this, to try to minimize or avoid disruptions in school activities. Like, where is this located? Is this imminent for us to have to do this? Does this area need to be vacated? Can we pre-order materials? Who can immediately come and do these things? Do you go in different types of delivery methods or acquiring the services? Whether you interview contractors and they deliver this based on qualifications and they bid on the subcontractor level. So you can ensure that materials can be ordered ahead of time. And yes, we do have still issues with some of the materials, especially if you have to meet insurances like FM Global, and I don't know what your insurances are. All of that has to go through your insurance to review and approve before we do it. And unfortunately, I wish I can tell you it's in 2 days. No, it's not, papitas. Sometimes it takes weeks. And we're familiar with all that. We have done facilities that are 500,000 square feet. And part of it is existing and expanding 500,000 square feet to existing 250,000 square feet. And at this case, it was GE Aviation and Stanley Black & Decker. And I can speak about that now, it's no longer secret. We had a field day trying to find materials for such a large facility to meet the lateral forces. And we did it, and within budget. Why? Because you had to be clever. If you get encapsulated into this is the only way we do things, then we're failing you. So that's why you need somebody that has very large exposure of materials. Same thing is with your security. Every facility is different. You have schools that have the same type of floor plan, but the site conditions and how they're located and what they're facing and what the parking is doing and what staff you have and what minor changes you have done to do maintenance is different. Because we're working with several companies in doing federal facilities, especially the one right now, ICE in Tampa, Florida, and the one in New York, we are applying the latest technology in safety. And you don't want to go also to a hospital and see a metal detector. So we have figured out ways of how to conceal that while still keeping people safe. Having gun lockers. And there's new technology that Build Your Dream out of Shenzhen, China is building right now or now applying where you have facial recognition, where you can access the metro or the airport without having to present documentation because they recognize your face. Now, can we have that within budget here? Maybe not right now, but that's when we have to be clever and design things with flexibility and allow you to grow as you go. You know, and I'm sick and tired of seeing, and we do work nationwide, of seeing facilities in Houston and Dallas, and our people here in the Valley to think that we don't deserve that because only the big cities get that. Why not you? Why not you set the standard? It's the same philosophy we apply with the city of FAR when they told us, what can we do that is new? What can we offer our students? And I said, what about a FINA certified facility? And they said, what is that? I said, Olympics. And we have the talent here in the Valley. And when I got called and heard I got Project of the Year, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I didn't do it for the recognition, but as a girl in this field, we're women in this field, 55-year-olds, we told this was not possible. That hit me behind the knees, to tell you the truth. So I continue to invest in my staff and seeing, international workshops, and I seek international workshops because it exposes them to things that you couldn't imagine and what's possible, what is worth keeping, what is new, to break barriers. And that's why every building you see either gets copied or sets the trend, and that's cool, that's fine, I don't get offended. I take in my team all over the state first. Within the nation, we've been to New York twice, DC twice, Chicago. Outside of the nation, I have taken my staff to Roma, Barcelona, Praga, Berlin, Potsdam, Paris. We did Paris 2 years ago. And then last year we did Venice, Florence, Milan. And we had to drink some vinito, so I took them to the Tuscan region to have some vino. But it's an awesome merge of activities and learning new technologies, meeting with clients. And that's why companies like SpaceX and aviation companies and school districts and hospitals and companies that deal with nuclear technology call us, my small firm.
Did that answer your question, Mr.?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm long-winded, but I'm very proud of my little team. I'm actually nervous because I don't want to let them down. They keep me.
You're doing awesome. Castillo?
Yeah, I have a couple questions, but I want to brag a little bit on the natatorium. You did the design, but I did the legal work on the partnership with the
Good team,
with the
right?
school district and the city and the UTRGV, which we just finished the UTRGV agreement like last month, by the way.
Just last month?
Yeah, so that's been 10-year.
Is it still like...
I still shake when I
But
drive by
look,
it.
local talent, right?
Huh?
Local talent doing things.
Local talent.
There you
And
go.
it's an amazing building, and it was done on time, and
Amidst COVID.
yep. So I have a couple of questions. One, has your firm ever been involved in litigation
No,
for
never.
a claim of construction
20
defect?
years. Where's wood? Put on.
There you go.
We just switched the podium. It used to be wood, not anymore.
Never.
Awesome. Have you ever been involved in a project that resulted in understanding COVID just happened, in a long delay, or that resulted in a significant change order?
She's my administrator. I'm looking at him. Can we? No, unless it's on a requested scope. No, and I'll tell you why. I'm business-oriented, and the majority of my clients are privately funded. So there's no room for nonsense.
Yeah.
So I'm not even political, and I'm a member of the Finance Commission of Texas, so I keep up with all the world economy and do's and don'ts. And I bring you alternates, and we go beyond the call of duty and try to show a lot of detail in our drawings. And so you have your shopping list. You want this or you want that?
Yeah,
You know,
I
and-
remember you presenting a couple different options, and
Oh, yeah, with an auditorium? I
yeah.
did 3 master plans. Did I say I did that pro bono?
well, you had to deal with 2 governing entities, which was difficult.
3, PSJA, the City of FAR, and UTRGV.
That's true. I
And
forgot
all
about
3 are
UTRGV.
happy people, so.
Hey, so my
happy
only bone of contention with you on that is that you called it the City of FAR natatorium. To me, it's the PSJ natatorium.
Hey, I'll tell you what, the mayor of FAR, I don't get in the middle of that.
I had to, at least you were on the same side. I had to negotiate against him. So, anyway, so we don't take more time.
I get a lot of respect by always telling you guys the truth. I don't seek popularity. I don't forget who my client is. And even if it goes against popular choices, I have the courage and the integrity to come and tell you, hey guys, this is the pretty, the bad, and the ugly, and to help you make educated decisions, because ultimately we all owe ourselves to the taxpayers who, thanks to them, we had this position and this project opportunity. So
Yeah.
I take that very seriously. So
Thank you. We appreciate transparency. I'm just going to put myself next and then go down the line since I'm next to him. But my question is on design and looking at your buildings, and you're very beautiful and designed beautifully. My question is, I know that you're working with Weslaco ISD right now with vestibules. I haven't seen any pictures. I don't know how it's going. So I was going to ask you, the pictures that were on there, are those Weslaco, or do you have any pictures of Weslaco?
no, not yet. We just started
Vestibules?
working on that. There's minimum information, so right now we're working on field verifying what you have there. We just got signed in. I know it was a long time coming, and it's being able to prioritize and stretch the budget. Mr. Americo and I did some field visits, right? Because when I was looking at his budget, I was telling, okay, I said, how do I tell you don't have money to build out. So let me tell you this. Let me charge you a flat fee on this, so I'm not making much. Let me invest on this, bring my consultants, and let's figure out where we can stretch the dollars the most. And that's what we did. So we're applying more technology and trying to see what we can provide you to provide some safety. Here's the ugly. No attack in any schools in the history of the United States has happened through the lobby. So what I'm going to suggest is try to identify and prioritize another technology without having to mess with the building too much, but maybe invest in remote locking systems.
Okay.
And then when you see something like that, then also you have, like we do at hospitals, when there's an issue with fires or something, that dispatch is immediately alerted. But when you have remote locking mechanisms, then you have control of your entire campus.
Right.
And not waiting for somebody, poor guy, having to run, or the police having to go and do things. And you can apply that in the classrooms and in your perimeter, and being able to activate communication. So that's some of the things that are latest, that to me can be low-hanging fruit without a lot of impact in closing and communication. Just if you run low voltage, above your ceilings, you don't need to conduit that. And sometimes you can do power over Ethernet if you already have internet cabling throughout, with expanders. And so we have been able to do that in hospitals. And then later on, you can start adding to that technology that is compatible with what you have, and then be able to grow as you go, because it's impossible, especially right now with this economy, to be able to deliver, and meet budgets.
And now that you get there, having to deliver, and time is of the essence on all the contracts, have you ever had big delays where you don't finish on time, or it's taking too long?
Only on a plant during COVID, when we had to, the ones that I mentioned, the industrial buildings, but we were able to bring in, we were told that the roofing materials were not going to be delivered until 8 months, and I said, the heck not. Then I started talking to the roofing companies, and this was a TPO roof, thermopolyolefin material, the white plastic thing you see on top. And what I learned is that companies say that they have proprietary measures, so you cannot mix materials. Yes, they do. And we had, so we talked to two companies, Firestone and Carlisle, and was it Tutco also? We used 3 companies, and we were able to get fasteners, insulation, and the overlay from 3 different companies, and we met wind loads, and we were insured, so our client was very happy.
Awesome.
And I didn't go crying and say, no, I need additional service for this. I said, no, it's on. You have engagements to start delivering materials to your providers and your contracts, and I started running because it was going to hurt, but we delivered, you know.
That's good to know.
To us, the success of having 212 clients really worldwide is because we refuse to let you down. And most of them, the ones that are not a one-time project, if they have other projects, they come to us, or they refer other clients to us. Our marketing is word of mouth, practically, so.
Thank you. I know that you think out of the box and very creative, so
I do
appreciate
close 1 week out of the year. That's it. And it's when I take my guys. This year we're going to Buenos Aires, Argentina.
that. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a board member who's online, Mr. Jesse Trevino, and can you hear us,
good evening.
Mr. Trevino?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, do you have any questions?
I have 2 questions, but I do remember your presentation, I believe from last year, and was very impressed with what you had to present last year as far as your renovations and additions and things that you do. So being that we're looking to repair, make some repairs and not necessarily build something new from scratch, with all that said, I know you can do you're very capable of doing the job and your company. How active or how hands-on are you from start to finish, especially with these roofs jobs that are coming up, as far as holding contractors accountable, making sure that what is said is being done is actually being done? How hands-on are you?
Very. I'm a certified construction expert as well, in 11 countries, Mexico, Canada, the United States, and South America. And I do take use of full access to the site. We do meet, and I do have 2 senior project managers who right now are meeting in Rio Grande City doing a presentation. One of them has been with me for 18 years and the other one 15. Very avid. So when I'm not there, they're there. And we work well with contractors. I used to work out of the almost 39 years of experience. I look younger because I use Botox. It's the truth. Why the 9? Anyway, 9 were in construction. So I understand. And I know when they're telling me a novela and not to believe and want to work with them, you know? And I think we're all working towards the same goal, which is to deliver a successful project. So there's different ways of leadership, and the other one is like, hey, look, we have a problem. This is not happening. What are we going to do about it? And then let them make suggestions. Sometimes we may learn something really cool, you know, and great. And sometimes they're just telling you stories because they missed something and they're trying to carry you around. And I say, okay, how can I tell you this? No. And then I get called every name in the book, but I'm there to represent your interest and your interest only. You know, everything else is of non-consequence. Have we had issues with materials sometimes? Heck yeah. Yeah, where somebody missed something. And you don't want to squeeze the neck of the subcontractor so tight that they leave the job and then you're left with having to go to legal procedures. So we come together to the table and say, okay, you're not going to get away with not doing anything. So you have to think outside the box and then figure out what solutions we can bring that are compatible with what you have there, and you get the same quality of things. The goal is to get you a good solution. And I don't think I'm the beholder of all the answers. We do have a lot of experience with different projects, but there's always something different that can be applied successfully.
Yes.
We recommend for the contractors to be evaluated instead of going just with low bidders. This is something that I've been convincing several public entities. All my privately funded clients go for it, and that's competitive sealed bids instead of just the lowest bid. So we do verify the qualifications for the contractors, that they have financial health, very important, that we get the list of the subcontractors to make sure that they're in good standings. We do check references. We don't just take what it's written to us. Sometimes people duplicate or modify documents. And then come and present to you what our recommendations are. And if they're in good standing and they have a good history, then they're supposed, and they're giving you really good price, then I'm all ears. So.
Any further questions, Mr. Trevino?
Yes, one more question. What about change orders, ma'am? How do we, what do you do to avoid bringing change orders or having your contractor bring continuing change orders and what do you do in specifics?
I don't know, 20 years doing this, and as the firm, I really haven't had that many change orders. When they happen, and in your case, expect the unexpected, because you're going to be uncovering walls and looking at things that you never thought they were always there, and it happens. So what I do is I give you an educated list of things, and so we have a little contingency money. And this is not free will money, no free money for them to spend at will.
Correct.
We do take pride in providing a lot of detail in our drawings. And that avoids a lot of things. Also, we give you alternates to choose and pick from. And that way if there's anything that arises because somebody uncovers, and yes, I even found a body in Birmingham, Alabama, tucked in somewhere, so we had to do all kinds of things. So you never know what you're going to find inside the walls. Then we address it, and we had to be fair, because nobody walks around with X-ray vision. Now, if you want to invest in X-ray technology to look at what's behind the walls, we have that available. But for these projects, again, we have some contingencies, and then we give allowances, and then we give you a report, and we review everything thoroughly. And that's how we are delivering. We just finished delivering the public safety facility with Mission, and the only change orders were owner added because we're within budget, and we had allowance money to spend. So that felt pretty cool. And Rio Grande City one, the way we avoided delays is by telling the owner, order your mechanical equipment and your electrical panels ahead. Long lead items.
Any further questions, Mr. Trevino?
No. Thank you very much for those.
Thank you.
Okay. The last board member we have is Mr. De Los Santos.
Yes.
Any questions?
Yes, I have one. She actually answered every single the questions I had before anyways, but their statement of qualifications, their list of projects, they're extremely impressive.
Thank you.
I still remember your presentation for the first time you came.
And I showed you the big ones, but we do projects that are this big.
Yes, you did, and I was even going to ask you as well too, because it's someone unique to say that you listed on your statement of qualifications in there that that your track record, other than COVID, is 100% on time and on budget.
No, the ones in COVID also were delivering.
Okay, there we go. All right, just to confirm.
So it is 100%.
Wait.
I wanted you. I don't have any more questions, but I did want to ask you something that you just said right now that I liked. And you said that the contingency money and allowances, the contingency money. Sometimes in the past, I've seen that you'll see charges that kind of you can as a board member and whatnot, you can call into question. Right? But you said it wasn't free money. Can you just maybe elaborate just a little bit on that?
Yes. We qualify those contingencies. Okay? And then if something is found that you were not even aware of, and this happened right now at Arlington ISD, They have 5 projects going on at the same time, and we were digging the walls. It's a tiny project, culinary arts department. The plumbing lines have holes. And when they removed the floor, I was noticing that the VCT floor and the vinyl flooring that you see everywhere in the schools was lifting up. And they said, no, miss, está viejito, the glue is coming undone. I said, nah, nonsense. And it was water coming in from the block walls into the subsurface. The concrete, the slab was wet, and it was bumping up the tiles. So we had a plumbing contingency. And it's something that has to do with the age of the pipes, and how can you tell? You don't know. And sometimes when we have enough time to be able to review things, and we start looking at things, and I see things like that, I start popping tiles with your permission, and say, let's take a look at these things. Because sometimes something that is completely unrelated to your project may need to have immediate attention. And then we present it to you, and then we take a look at what is the best viable way to deliver it. Let you know what maybe the impact on time may be, and what we suggest to be able to get it done as fast as possible and try to get it to where it doesn't impact or impacts very little your project. So that stuff happens, especially with older buildings, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions, that will be it. We appreciate your time and for waiting out there for so long. And your presentation was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're very honored, and we're very excited. I have team members that live here in Weslaco, so.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you very much. Y'all stay safe, be warm, and have a good evening.
Yes,
you are.
All right. Enjoy your dinner. All right.
Want to take a break to go eat?
Do you guys want to take a break, or do we start?
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, okay.
Let's wrap up.
Yeah, we can, everybody on their own, go ahead and
Rank them, and
rank.
then you submit it to somebody?
And then we give them to,
Oh, to me? And
oh, to
to
Mr. Dr. Rivera?
Fine, to America.
Mr. Aguilar?
Mr. Trevino, on the ranking.
Oh,
I think he got emailed the form.
So in order for you to get it back,
Oh, snapshot, and then he can send it
snapshot and then send it to a medical.
to a medical?
That's what we're thinking.
Okay.
Okay, so.
You take a picture with his phone?
Yes.
And send it to a medical?
Attach it. Mr. Trevino, did you get that?
Will you take a picture of it?
Yes.
of ours, or he's gonna take a picture of his? Oh, okay. Like, huh?
Can we do that or no? Or does he have to be in the picture with the phone?
Can he do that? Lawyer? Can he do that, lawyer?
Yeah,
You can stand in front of the mirror. Yeah, we know
I'll
he's-
provide a lot of free legal advice.
Like this?
What do you think?
He said it was
Castillo?
free.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Holding it?
But are we doing it too?
Okay.
No, not us.
We're doing it, handing it to them.
We're submitting.
We need to call.
We're gonna submit.
He hung up.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, so let's us do ours.
So then we get this tally, what, at next week's meeting?
No, he said right now.
Oh, right now?
So let's just go ahead and fill it out.
Oh, I got mine here.
I don't have mine.
So
yet.
the roofing, 2 architects, right?
Yes.
And then restroom, just 1 architect. Vestibule, just 1. So we're looking at 4 architects.
Looking at 4.
We combine Kleckler, Hill, and Rico as 1, and B. Garza and
Right.
the Sepulveda Jim.
The rest of
Envelope
them
is
is
another
one.
one.
Right.
Yes.
Mr. Trevino.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Trevino, this is Weslaco Aguilar. Did you get to see the ranking sheet that Americo sent you?
I have not been able to see it. I just heard everybody, but I don't have access to a printer, so I won't see it until, I can open it up, but I'll check it out tomorrow.
Okay, so right now the board is going to engage in the ranking for the architects. What you can do, if you have time to go ahead and open it up, you can rank them, take a picture of it, and then send it back as an attachment to Americo. And that will be part of the record for the tally.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put the names, the full name of the firm in order then, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You will put the numbers. It's already there for you on the sheet. You rank them in the order, and then take a picture of the form and attach it to that.
Americo.
I'll get it. I'll get it.
Okay,
Okay?
yes, let me check it out. Okay,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
thanks. Bye.
Can you help with the ranking? Mr. Solano?
Oh, sir. I thought that, I read all the packets, I thought it was all of them that were coming today. That's good though, it gave me a good background.
Yeah.
I want to hear it. That's good.
Very good questions.
Yeah, very good presentation.
Yes, good presentations.
Very good workshop. I'm very impressed with all the companies that came today.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Are we still on, live?
Yes.
Oh, we are, okay.
Okay?
You already turned yours in?
Yes.
Mr. Carlos. Mr. Carlos,
Carlos?
you want to close the meeting or we?
Oh yeah, did we close the meeting already?
Yes, if we're ranking them, let's just announce the ranking.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, if anybody's watching online so they can
Oh, by
listen in.
category, that's right, we can rank it, yeah, and then or they can come back and look and.
Okay.
We'll wait a couple more minutes for the rankings.
Okay.
All the vendors are watching right now anyway.
And our stakeholders are.
We're gonna close, right?
No, we're going to announce the rankings. and
Okay.
So if they're watching, you can, transparency. Well, he's not here, and I asked him to log in, but he said he didn't have access. Can he still rank them
Open records information?
from far away? No, right?
Because he
Yeah, he didn't hear the presentations. But maybe he read the qualifications, but oh well, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we're entitled to.
It's too late for Mr. Nieto
Yes, yeah, no, definitely.
to rank them, right? He said he was fine though, with whatever.
Yeah, but it's open records, and then, I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta select the best.
Yes.
The best company for each category.
Yes.
But I'd like that, if you saw the medical, to look at the mechanical.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it to make sure what comes
I've
first.
heard what they say, but.
The HVAC, or the roof and the HVAC. Yeah, we'll do it.
He's not expert on construction, but it's just how you deal with people, the communication.
That was a good observation.
Also has to be there, right, though.
But
Your dad?
in all honesty,
Yes, sir.
if you can
Your dad?
I told Dan, it's what you all my uncles.
But Dad called me a few times.
No.
He wanted to. He wants to meet with me and. Oh, okay, talk. See, so I said, well, when?
Well,
It never got
I wanted to bring it.
okay.
one of them said, I know, because this is what we're
But
doing.
he's really good.
Let's go.
We see everything in the room. They're gonna do
I know they're all doing good.
37 degrees, let's say.
Oh, yeah.
37, not too bad compared to morning.
Not like 26 this morning when I was at 5 o'clock. Two of my pipes were already frozen.
No
So
way.
the heat, so I opened up everything inside the house. Just to drip, just in case.
They didn't burst for him, did they?
Oh, it'll burst if you don't have some kind of a drip.
Yeah.
Because in my roof, I still have copper in the pipes.
Oh, wow.
Right. Yeah. But no, but my mango tree, they were just starting to come back.
Oh, I'm so worried
With the
about
freeze?
do it, right?
Yeah, you can do that legally. Whatever ranking sheet we adopt is the ranking sheet.
Just to give you the totals, an idea of the way it came up for those two, Raba, and again, the lowest number is the top rank. Amtech was 7 points on that first category on the top. Raba Kistler was 13.
There you go.
And then on the next one, Amtech was 10 and Raba Kistler 11.
So we just switched them, but we didn't.
We just switched them, right?
Well, we didn't talk amongst each other when we did our rankings, we just gave them to you.
Yeah, because it was silent, so, yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, because I knew that was gonna happen.
So of the two, who can do the Sepulveda envelope of the, who's more qualified of the two? Amtech or Raba?
Amtech, they do forensic.
They can do both? And Raba can do both too?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both,
That's what I'm saying, so it doesn't matter, like either or, either or, but just because they're both ranked 1 and 2. What we meant to do was give Amtech one, whichever one, and give Raba
Right.
the other one.
because we didn't know,
That's what we
out
meant
of the
to
two
do.
schools what the construction costs were. We were just ranking them, who's the companies that we want to move forward with. And these two are the both specialists.
Yeah. So we all had the same idea, but
Yeah, we just didn't coordinate as to.
Or what if you just move, and like you have them 2 and 2? So what if you just mix them up and then that way they're both kind of similar? Can you rearrange that? Or no, that'll change our rankings? Because we weren't ranking the projects, we were ranking the companies.
Yeah.
You guys put the projects on there, but we didn't know the costs, broken down per project. We know the overall. So, do you kind of see what I'm saying? Just to shorten the process here, like if we were just to break up what you currently have now, the two groups that you have, the two each?
Or no, part of the notes that was on the bottom of the sheet,
Okay.
Clicker Health and Rico, it's a mirror plan.
Okay.
Meaning
Yeah, they're identical.
they're identical layouts. So you don't want to split that.
Yeah, those, yeah,
You
because
don't wanna
then the
split
work, yeah, I understand.
kinda
You're looking at increased costs now.
And that's the project that's 6?
The bigger.
That's the 6, the
Yeah.
bigger project.
So again, and we're okay if you choose Amtech for the first 2 roofs and Bravo for the.
Yes.
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 That's what was meant to do, but yeah, we didn't coordinate
Where's
it.
Amtech from? Where's their office here in the valley? Do they have one?
Yeah. They have to go McAllen, I think.
I don't know if I said the other ones for the restrooms and the vestibules. Did I say it?
Janak and Warren.
Okay.
What was that?
For the restrooms, number 1 was Janak, and number
Okay.
2, Gomez, Mendez, and Science.
Okay,
And then for the vestibules, it was number 1, the Warren Group,
okay.
and number 2, Janak.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so the architects, Collector Held and Rico, they're one architect, and they have to be together, right?
Yes.
So that one, the board ranked Amtech number 1?
Yes.
We ranked Amtech number 1 for the first 2.
For the
Right.
group.
Okay, and then Raba,
For the other
so let Raba do B Garza
Yes.
and Weslaco ISD.
Correct.
I'm good.
Okay, do we have a ranking sheet that reflects that? Because that has to be our official ranking sheet. Mine was the other way around, so I don't care, but we need one ranking sheet that reflects that.
I think mine has it like
I don't
that.
remember how I did.
Huh?
Mine, I think has it like that.
I don't have it printed out, I have it electronically.
But no, but the sheet, they're,
Like just one of the individual sheets, like
They're
I have
assigned.
Coach Cuevas. Let me see, Coach Cuevas.
I think you checked mine, sir. Mine, I had it like that.
1, 1, 2, 2. See, I did 1, 2,
Yeah,
2, 1.
I reversed it.
Yeah, yours is like that.
Yeah, so mine's the opposite, so Mark is the other way, the way we just said it, you use that one.
She can be with the
Is it this one, like this?
This one also.
Yeah.
Correct.
One?
Yeah, at 8:30, so she's not involved with all of this.
That's the one, right, you're talking about. Is that it, what you're talking about?
Get her involved, if she wants to.
1 and 2?
Yeah, one, yeah, because Amtech 1, 2, and then the other project, Janak for the restaurant. And 2 going on sign.
That's it? Just match it with the total overall.
Except for the second one, but yeah.
All right,
Everybody cool
so,
with that? Like, does everybody
All
agree
right.
with that?
It's just to reflect the totals.
okay, so that takes us to item number 4, adjournment. It is 9:55 PM, and we are Adjourned.
We have a meeting tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Part two tomorrow. Part two tomorrow.